Likes on X shouldn't get you fired. Offensive jokes are usually pretty good. And isn't that funny? Because offensive jokes usually are pretty funny. But you can't laugh at them, can you? She says, I know we can't ever draw sensible lines anymore, but if we could, we would in fact be fine with employers declining to be associated with pro-murder people and also defend people who are simply jerky about Charlie while denouncing political violence. I will try to do so. In the meantime, it would make it easier for me, for the love of God, if you stopped telling me videos I can see with my own eyes are not real. You know, as for just dealing with the reality, the left should look in the mirror. Because there are a lot of people on the left that are posting outright lies about the assassin, ready to be taken up and shared by the gigantic audiences that some of these people have on X or TikTok or wherever it might be. The Washington Free Beacon, for example, they have a lit paper about more examples of baseless claims that are all trying to reframe a radical anti-fascist in a relationship with a trans roommate as some sort of Nick Fuentes-style white supremacist. So who's really dealing with the world as it is? I think we are. I think we understand the First Amendment. If, my God, after all this time, if you don't understand the First Amendment, I'm sure I'll have to repeat it again in the near future. But, you know, free speech and being offensive is something that we ought to celebrate the fact that we can do. We can be offensive. We can say stupid stuff. We can even say offensive things. But there may be consequences for it. Sometimes there is, sometimes there's not, depending on the context and circumstances in which you make the comment.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
See you next time, Brownie.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Sometimes when folks are in pain, they do a temporary thing, a pill or a steroid shot, something that temporarily relieves or masks the pain, but doesn't fix the underlying problem. But that's not how Regen Revolution works. Through a combination of regenerative medicine, traditional physical therapy, and chiropractics, Regen Revolution is about actually fixing the problem. Bad knees from years of hiking, achy shoulder from years of using tools, even arthritic joints. Regen helps your body repair itself for lasting relief from pain. Learn more at regenrev.com. Medicare's annual enrollment period is from October 15th to December 7th, and next year has some big changes, including cuts to plan coverage, carrier exits, and more. Your plan might change a lot or even be discontinued, so it's critical that you get in touch with Integrity Health Advisors who will sit down with you for a personalized, no-cost plan review. Please don't wait until it's too late. Call Integrity Health Advisors today to schedule your review before December. Get started at integrityhealthadvisors.com.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professional Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
You need a building? Go with genuine American steel, built right here in Colorado. Family owned, employing 150 Coloradans with a spirit of excellence. A lifetime structural warranty. No other steel builder comes close. No brokers, no middlemen. Solid I-beam construction. In-house engineers. Call today 303-495-5701. GreatWesternBuildings.com. Get online pricing now. GreatWesternBuildings.com.
Fall is here, and it's the perfect time to sharpen your skills at Triple J Armory. With 2 convenient locations, Littleton and Colorado Springs, we've got everything you need. A state-of-the-art indoor shooting range, expert training classes, and one of Colorado's best firearms selections. Whether you're a first-time shooter or a seasoned pro, our team is here to help you exercise your Second Amendment rights with confidence. Triple J Armory, Littleton and Colorado Springs. 2 locations, 1 mission. To keep Colorado armed, trained, and ready. Come see us this September.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-616-1997. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-616-1997. That's 800-616-1997. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
One more cooler day. Temperatures today are going to be a little below average in the low 70s with lots of sunshine. Overnight down to the low 50s, and then we're back in the 80s starting tomorrow. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of why Philadelphia Eagles fans pelted a man dressed up as Santa Claus with snowballs. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. After jumping to their highest level in nearly 4 years to start the month, initial filings for unemployment benefits dropped back last week. President Trump wrapping up his 2-day trip to the UK with a news conference alongside Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Jimmy Kimmel Live preempted indefinitely by ABC after comments that Kimmel made regarding right-wing influencer Charlie Kirk's death. President Trump cheering the move on social media. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze with other reaction.
An immediate response from leading Democrats, from Senator Chuck Schumer to California Governor Gavin Newsom. Firing commentators, canceling shows, these aren't coincidences. It's coordinated, and it's dangerous. Unions representing entertainment professionals and writers have condemned the decision.
Disney, the parent company of ABC and ABC News. Charlie Kirk's memorial set for Sunday. Federal judge blocking the Trump administration from immediately deporting Guatemalan migrant children. This is ABC News. A key meeting of a CDC panel getting underway today. On the agenda, a schedule of recommended vaccines for children. Health Secretary Robert Kennedy recently firing all of the committee's members, stacking it with people who he had handpicked, several of whom have voiced vaccine skepticism. 76 days after the Hill Country floods, Texas Governor Greg Abbott was back bearing gifts. Here's ABC's Jim Ryan from Dallas.
With at least 135 deaths and billions in property damage from the July 4th floods, Governor Greg Abbott says
the emergency doesn't end the day the water stops rising.
The literal flood was met by a flood of support in fundraising events like country star George Strait's benefit concert. Abbott brought checks totaling $7 million in donations to flood victims like Reese Whitley, who says his small portion will go a long way.
We've lost literally everything.
Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Okay, so Sarah, I'm dropping you off at Emily's?
Yep.
And Josh, you're going to?
Soccer, Dad. Soccer practice.
Right. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to let you know when I pick you both up, I'll be wearing my short shorts.
What?
No!
Yep, and my dorky dad hat, and I'm gonna do my dad dance for all your friends. They'll love it!
Seriously? Why?
Because I like my short shorts. Of course, I could be talked out of it if you guys would just buckle up your seatbelts without giving me a hard time.
It's important to get your kids to buckle up for safety, no matter what it takes. And sometimes, all it takes is your parental powers of persuasion.
Okay, we're buckling up.
See, all buckled.
Good choice. I'll just have to do my dad dance at dinner time.
What?
No!
Do what you have to make sure your kids are wearing their seatbelts, even on short drives. Never give up until they buckle up. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. Visit safercar.gov/kidsbuckleup for more information.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Loveland police say a 64-year-old man arrested for setting fire to a Charlie Kirk memorial has a history of politically motivated confrontations. Reports show David Gilroy previously harassed women over Trump-Pence signs in 2021 before allegedly injuring one by slamming a car door. He was booked on arson and resisting arrest after the Kirk tribute was destroyed. Another suspect is still being sought for damaging a car at the scene. A new U.S. Census Bureau report shows the rate of uninsured children in Colorado rose to 6% last year, the highest level in more than a decade. The Director of Health Policy at Colorado Children's Campaign, Tony Sarge, warns new federal work requirements for Medicaid could push the numbers even higher in the years ahead.
I think that in the health coverage landscape in the next few years, it might get a little worse before it gets better.
There are now about 77,000 kids without coverage, up from 62,000 the year before. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Staples.
Yeah, we're still jamming quite a bit on I-70. We had a stalled semi westbound at Brighton, which they have cleared, so it's heavy from 270 coming all the way through that stretch and back to I-25. 270 still running a little heavy up through Vasquez on the westbound side, I-25 south into downtown, as well as a little bit of traffic from the tech center to downtown, and even 225 got some company, but right now no major difficulties here. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 11/1. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
The ultimate celebration of music.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
is happening tomorrow and Saturday.
Live in Las Vegas at T-Mobile Arena. 16 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
And listen live on the free iHeartRadio app.
Tomorrow and Saturday, starting at 8:30.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Get the best deal anywhere on countertops from theartofgranite.com. Any natural stone or man-made material, they do it all. Plus, you get a free backsplash, free sinks, a free cutting board, and a free bathroom vanity. Free tear out and haul away is always included, and always materials at cost. Even better now, 10% off labor for a limited time. Get prices on the phone, 303-386-5919, 386-5919, theartofgranite.com.
Picture this, you're on a date, and then bad breath happens. Confidence gone. Here's the truth. Most gums and mints are just bad breath Band-Aids, but not Zellman's Minty Mouth. The functional breath freshener you swallow. Tiny dual-action capsules with mint on the outside, parsley seed oil inside, clinically tested to fight the toughest offenders, even garlic and onions. It's only available online. Go to Zellmans.com, Zelmins, Zellmans.com, code RADIO for 15% off.
It's the show that helps other shows prepare.
That was the old line about Rush Limbaugh's show, right? He'd always come on and say,
show prep for the rest of the media.
So now it's part of my show prep to listen to each day.
Wow.
Yeah.
The Situation with Michael Brown, mornings at 6.
That is a good promo.
On 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
And
Hello, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. This is proudly the only show of its kind anywhere in the universe where we are solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, and making your life a little easier. So welcome. And what we're doing is taking your phone calls at 303 Martino, as we have been doing for many, many years, 303-627-8466. The show's going on its 45th year in Denver, Colorado. And if you're new to the show, welcome. I'm going to go right to the phones. You'll get the gist. We have some very important things to talk about today. I'm just going to give you a hint. It's something that'll affect every single person. And it's health related, and it's an incredible point of view on things. So let's go to the phones, though. I want to talk to Nancy with a construction question. By the way, many people call 303 Martino outside of the show. And our promise to you is to get you on the show. All you have to do is leave contact information. So it's like appointment radio. You call anytime you're listening. A lot of people listen to the show on the podcast. We have thousands and thousands of downloads. So if you're listening on a treadmill at night in Alaska, you can call the show. If you're listening on the beach in South Carolina, you can call the show. And seriously, we get calls from all over. So Nancy has a construction question. Nancy, welcome. Start things off today. What's going on with you, Nancy?
Well, we're considering doing some kitchen and bathroom remodeling and adding another bathroom.
Okay.
And I always hear people call and say, well, I've given them $60,000
Right.
and they disappeared.
Right.
And you say, call before.
Right.
So I'm calling
You know
before.
what? I am so happy about this, Nancy. Is Chris in the studio right now? Chris, can you turn on your mic? Chris Console is with discountbath.com. He just happened to be scheduled today to come on. We often have guests from our referral list. But let me talk in general. I have no idea how Chris does business, but I'm going to say some things that are absolutely universal truths, okay? Number one, when you pay ahead and put money down, you put yourself at risk. Now, does that mean people confuse what I'm saying and they confuse it to mean never do it? Here's what I say. I personally do not like paying money up front unless it's under very specific circumstances. The reason is because you are at risk. As soon as you pay someone for something, as soon as you pay them, you're at risk that they're not going to do the job, but you've already paid. There are laws on the books that say the money that you take as a contractor must be put in trust for that job. It can't be commingled. But contractors all over take money. They get into trouble. They are bad at bookkeeping, or it may not even be intentional, and they end up broke, and they need more money to keep going, so they collect from the next job. It's called robbing Peter to pay Paul. The bottom line is this. I don't mind a down payment under certain circumstances. I will never give a down payment simply to get on someone's schedule. If they can't trust me, to the extent that they can start the job, I'm not going to do business with them. Now, if a company does plans and specifications and prepares a contract, I will pay accordingly for the plans and for the planning time and all of that. If they order materials and the materials are delivered to my job site, I'll pay for the materials. And if they have a profit built in, I don't care. As long as I have the final price, I don't mind paying whatever. People say, well, they marked up those materials too much. I don't care about anything about the job except the final price and the quality of materials I'm getting. So I would pay if construction begins day one, if materials are delivered to my home, or if plans have been done. I will pay for that. I will pay nothing for nothing. Okay, so that's my personal way of doing things. For example, Excel Roofing, which is one of my sponsors, their expression is, You don't pay a cent until you're content. Now, some contractors don't have the wherewithal to do that, so you pay as you go. There is nothing wrong with paying money up front under certain circumstances that I just outlined. Even then, if you pay money up front, I would rather you do it with a credit card so it can be contested, or if it's a big project, a construction management account at a title company where inspections are done and money is doled out according to phases of the construction. Now, people might think, Tom, this is all so detailed. Why can't I just, wing it? Because you can't. Construction and contractors are the number one area of ripoff. It used to be cars. It used to be way back in the day, mail order. We don't even have mail. We don't call it mail order. We go on Amazon or all that. They're drop shipped. But what I'm saying is contractors, home contractors for everything in the house. Just think of a contractor that comes to your house and does a service. That is the number one area of consumer ripoff. So Nancy, if you're doing a kitchen and bath, have you interviewed people yet? Have you interviewed them as far as how they do business, or have you gotten any estimates?
Not yet.
Okay.
We're just starting that process.
I happen to have Chris with me from discountbath.com. And again, this is a cold call. Chris didn't know I was going to ask him this. Chris, at discountbath.com, you said you do primarily baths, but you have done kitchens. Does that mean you do kitchens and baths for sure?
We do bathrooms for sure. Kitchens are really gotten outside of our scope. We just
okay.
don't
All right.
have the time
Thank
to do
you.
them.
I love someone who has a scope of business and knows what they're doing. Now, I'd like to ask you as far as bathrooms go. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with having a separate contractor do each. I'd rather consolidate it if I can. But Chris, I'm speaking just now of Discount Bath. How do you do business at Discount Bath when it comes to a contract, estimates, materials, down payments, payment structure? How do you do it?
Yeah, so we do it somewhat similar to what you said. So we do 50% down. That covers all the materials.
God, that's a lot of. You do half down up front?
It covers all of the materials. It covers, and we can deliver them to the house. Most folks don't want to, so we put them in our warehouse, but we're comfortable either way. Typically, you're 6 to 7 weeks out, 4 to 6, depending on the project. So people don't really want to store them for a month.
But let me ask you this. So Chris, again, people, you're going to hear a dichotomy. You're going to say, well, he's not doing it the way you like it. And that's true. I don't tell people how to do business. Do I think you can trust Chris? Of course I do. And Discount Bath? Of course I do. I'm talking in generalities. But let me ask you this, Chris. You're telling me that you take 50% down 6 or 7 weeks ahead of time?
Yeah, depending on what the project is. Sometimes it's 4 weeks ahead of time, but we're doing is we have an architect.
What do you do with that money?
Yep. So what that money does is it gets the materials in house. They're stored. It gets the plans drawn up. It gets the project manager, freight, delivery, taxes.
Okay, so this is all being done with that down payment.
Correct. Yeah. So basically, when we start the job, we're even. The customer has all their materials and all their planning, and frankly, our overhead and profit comes after we put the job in.
So you're not doing, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you're not taking 50% for nothing. You're saying you immediately order the materials and get them delivered to you, and are the materials in the name of that consumer?
Yep, correct. So we have pallets set up in the warehouse.
And I can verify that. So now I have materials. So if something happened, those materials bought and paid for, I can prove it. Number 2, you do plans. So you have an engineer or an architect that does the plans. And that starts on day 1 as well?
Yeah, well, so let me be clear. It starts on the 4th day. So we wait 3 days and make sure everything's clear and the customers have their 3 days.
That's right, because they have a 3-day right to rescind under Colorado law if you sign the contract in their home. So I understand that. You want to make sure they're ready to go. You buy the materials. You put them aside. You then get an architect working on plans. And during the process, do you have plan reviews?
We don't. It's something that we're trying to implement. What we're doing now is we're notifying the customers that, hey, your materials have been ordered. Hey, your materials have arrived.
But what I'm saying is the final plan, though, when you meet with the consumer or they take a video of what they want, you must have a sketch or something that you show them before the architect dives into it.
So that happens at the front end, right? So the design consultants are there and they go through everything.
Okay.
Right? This is what I want. And then they draw up a sketch. They get all the details on the materials.
So by the time the work begins, let's say 3 or 4 weeks, by the time work begins, consumers have seen a final plan.
Yeah, if they'd like to. Most of the time the guys show up and say, here's what I'm doing. I'm just confirming that this is what you had.
Okay.
But yeah.
Chris, I love your candor, really do, by the way. And we, just for the record, we have no complaints about Chris or Discount Bath. And next question, when do you get paid again?
It depends on the length of the project. So most of our projects, we get paid when we're finished. However, if we're doing a large master bathroom, we collect in-progress payments. So if we've determined that it's a 4-week project or a 5-week project, we break that down on a weekly payment so that we're always on equal footing with the customer and they're on equal footing with us.
Okay. Thank you very much. DiscountBath.com is our guest, happen to be that. So Nancy, my recommendation is this. As I said, I don't like down payments. I don't mind them if materials are ordered and delivered in my name. I don't mind them if plans are being done in my name and I can verify all of this. And then, of course, it depends on the company as to how much I trust them. Because Chris and Discount Bath is on the referral list, they're pretty trustworthy. However, there's nothing in the world that's a sure thing, nothing. So it's possible you could pay a company money and the company goes under. Obviously, that's why we at the referral list, we check a company's solvency, track record, lawsuits, background, everything. So we do that. But if you're looking at contractors, Nancy, make sure that you know exactly how they're going to use your funds. And I would prefer companies that don't take money until the work begins. Chris is saying, work kind of is beginning. We have the materials and we're drawing up plans. So that's up to you. Now, Nancy, I would definitely not put down money for nothing. Okay, I just wouldn't do it. And if you want, if you go to the referral list, you will find, I'm not saying anyone's perfect, but we've never had anyone abscond with money and just go belly up. That doesn't mean it can't happen. But if you're looking for baths, Discount Bath does a great job. Genesis Total Exteriors, they also do kitchens and baths. The name is Genesis Total Exteriors, but they do kitchens and baths. We also have many other wonderful home improvement companies at referral list. And again, I don't mind telling you that. I mean, that's why I started the referral list, because I wanted people who could be trusted. And that's the whole purpose. So if you go to referrallist.com, that'll give you a good start. AAA Home Improvements has been with us for many, 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 many years, and they're wonderful. National Home Improvement Company. We have Handyman Hub, of course. You have to see the extent they want to do it. These are people we've been around a long time. High Plains Contracting, Valero Construction and Roofing. We have, let's see, I'm just going down our list. I put in the keyword improvements, and I came up with this. So you will have a good time starting there. But keep in mind that it's very risky, no matter who you're dealing with, when you put money down up front ahead of the game. Did you have any specific questions on anything else on that, Nancy? Because this is a big undertaking.
It is. Yeah, you were saying something about getting in construction. I don't know, is that a loan or just a title company?
Oh, a management account is this. When you have a construction loan, it usually happens. However, title companies can do a construction management account, and you pay for that. And what that is they keep your money in escrow, and dole out payments in phases based on work done. This is usually done for very, very large projects. Chris Console with Discount Bath. I'm not sure they would do that on just a kitchen bath remodel. Do you know, Chris? Have you ever dealt with them?
We have not.
Okay. But a construction management account, I ought to educate a title company on how to do those. They do them routinely for construction of custom homes and large additions. They may not do it for smaller jobs, but I could certainly talk to one on a few. That's probably an area in the referral list we should start. So what it is, Nancy, a construction management account, you can hire an independent person to look out for I would still have stuff inspected as you go, Nancy, no matter what you do. Have stuff, because you don't know if it's done right or not. I would have a home inspector who knows the area that I'm working in, and I would have that home inspector do inspections along the way and then make payments accordingly. Again, Chris is saying, wait a minute, Tom, I'm on your referral list. People are supposed to trust me. Why would that have? But Chris, you would have no problems with an independent inspector looking at the work, right?
No, not at all.
Break time.
All right.
Inspector.
Yeah. So really, Nancy, there is no one size fits all. Each job, if you want to be walked through this job, you call us each step of the way, every step of the way. In fact, if you go to the referral list and pick a contractor and they present you with a contract, we'd be happy to have someone look at it. And I'll have recommendations. It's not one and done here with you. When you call, you ask for information. We are truly here to help consumers, and I mean hands-on help. So once we have deputies here, we call them our volunteers deputies, who will look at a contract. We have attorneys who can help you. So start out at referralist.com and do some interviews. I'm way over time. I got to take a break. I'm Tom Martino. And by the way, speaking of great contractors, waterpros.net, here's what I'm going to say, and it's a blanket statement, and it's true. The best water systems, the best technology, at the lowest prices, bar none. Waterpros.net for softening and purification of water. Waterpros.net.
You ever wonder why Verizon charges twice as much as Pure Talk for the same basic service? Think it might have something to do with the fact that Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion? That's billion with a B? Yeah. Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. That's why they can offer unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Save an additional 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say the words micro. That's pound 250, micro.
Speaking of contractors you can trust, I've been with Fix-It 24/7 for many years. I knew the owner when he had other companies, and he brought this culture of excellence to Fix-It 24/7. The name implies what they do. They want to fix something instead of replacing it. And that's why they do that $39 special for people that never had it done. They want to introduce what they can do and the extent of which they do it. It's the extreme clean, tune, and check of your furnace. So add life and efficiency to your furnace with a no breakdown guarantee, just $39 before the heating season. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Hey, I want you to go online, mybiggestreturn.com, and sign up for a webinar. Excuse me, not a webinar, a seminar. I'll be there in person. I want you to be there. Vestera Turnkey will explain their program on how you can become a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. They talk exactly about how to do it, what they do. You can ask any question you want. I will be there as well to talk about partial investments if you want to go in with me and some other people, or the full Monty with Vestera. So go to this website and sign up. It's on the 27th, Saturday morning. Okay, mybiggestreturn.com, mybiggestreturn.com.
Dum 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 dum.
Hey, Tom?
Yes, sir.
Just want to let you know I'm in the studio. I'm going to try and keep Chris under control if I can.
Do that if you can, because he's a wild man.
Yeah, I know that.
They got me in the good seat over here, which made me scared.
And Tom, the camera's up if you want to do a split screen.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. Thank you for telling me.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
That son of a bitch. Okay, that's what I'm going to do right there. Then I'm going to go wide and see what that looks like. Do you see my disco ball?
Nobody's looking at your balls, Tom.
I want you to see my balls. I'm going to bring up that camera. Okay, it's framed kind of shitty.
Okay, let me go fix it.
Just move it over a little more.
Which way?
Well,
left.
I would move it pan to the left.
Okay.
Just a little pan to the left. And I'll let you know when. It looks good. It's a good picture. And I can see Chris there. Good looking Chris. Black shirt. Waving. I got you, Chris. Now, a little more. A little more. Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, that's good. That's really good. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Dum-dum. I'm hearing a buzz. Terrible buzz.
Yeah, I've got it here too.
What, in my headset?
Mm-hmm.
So if it's there, it's not me. So just beware of that, you piece of crap.
You didn't touch anything.
Nope. Thank you very much.
Talk.
I love talk radio.
Online, on your smart device, and of course, on AM.
I like hearing the opinions. As long as it's to the right, I'm good with it.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So they wanted to know, does Fix-It, somebody just texted me because I did that Fix-It $39 special and they say, what do you mean by new customers? It's just people who've never had it done. This is introductory to show you what they can do. Once you have it done, you don't have to have it done every year. But it's really wise to have it done if you've never had it done. And it's just $39. And they also do the air conditioning system as well if you want it done. And if you don't think your furnace has been working all year, it has. Every time you turn on your air, it uses the blower motor and stuff in your furnace. So it's a good idea going into the winter to have that done. FixMyHome.com. Gary, what's going on with your property? Gary, how can we help you?
Hi, Tom.
Hey.
I actually bought a piece of property next to your old home in Fox Creek.
Oh, really? Are you in the Fox Creek subdivision?
Yes, I am. It's a snow property.
Oh, what a beautiful property. You know, I developed that whole subdivision because back in the day, listen to this, I wanted 35 acres or more, and I wanted a nice home. And back when I got to Colorado, everything that had more than 5 acres had ravines with old cars in it and ugly outbuildings and shacks and all kinds of crap. You could not find acreage with luxury homes. So I bought this big ranch, and anyway, but it doesn't matter what family it was from. I bought this giant ranch and divided it up and did some pretty strict covenants. Is the neighborhood still really beautiful?
The neighborhood's really beautiful, and we've lived here for. We bought it from the builder in 2012, and we've lived here since, and everything's been spectacular.
Okay, so what is going on with you?
Great. Well, last year, the neighbor, the owner of your old property sold it, and the new owner had a survey done, and according to the existing survey, it appears the only survey ever recorded was the original one you did when you did the plat maps.
Here's what we did. When I did that original subdivision, of course, we had to have the survey done to go through our process.
Right.
But every time someone built, they also did an improvement survey, because I know I did. In fact, I had the subdivision survey, and all the lots were broken out and all that, and the roads and the common areas and the bridle paths. But then when I went to build, because I was the first house in there, they said, you need a survey. And I said, I just did a survey. And they said, no, you need a survey for your individual lot and home. It's called an improvement survey. So how did this affect you? What's going on with it?
Well, it appears that none of the improvement surveys ever got recorded with the county. Because when this person bought, he had it resurveyed. So now I basically have no access to the road, and he's claiming that.
Well, what road are you talking about? You don't have any access to the main road. The main road,
the Fox Creek Trail.
Yeah, but they can't withhold that. That's all common area, and it's built into every lot. For example, each lot borders that road. We don't have any lots that were landlocked.
Well, according to this survey, the only survey that's recorded, that's the case, and he's decided that he owns all this property. So he's trying to take
Gary,
control
he
of
can't
the whole
keep
entrance.
He can't keep you from accessing that main road.
Yeah. Well, his concession is he's going to give me a 10-foot easement, but I'm not allowed to maintain the entrance, the sprinkler system that Snow's put in, or the lighting is all on his property, and I'm not supposed to touch it. And he's got an attorney that's suing me to take over the.
Well, okay, hold on. So you have a lot next to my old house, right?
Correct.
And the guy that owns my old house, he is saying that according to the survey, you do not have access to that cul-de-sac.
Correct.
Well, I find that impossible because, I mean, look how many years has it been now? It's been 35 years or something. Well, I mean, all of a sudden he is saying.
It's been, this house was built in 2000, so it's been 25 years. And that's the issue because the people that built the property, the Snows, destroyed all the paperwork they had when they sold their business. The engineering firm they had, which I believe was Archer,
right?
In,
listen. Archer was the best. Archer was the best. I don't know. You might want to verify the survey they had done. Did the people in my old house do a resurvey of the whole area or just their lot?
Just their lot, and it shows their lot taking over my entrance, and it also blocks a a small portion of the property the other lot next door, but it's only about 30 feet of his driveway, and they're not.
Gary,
they're not
I don't know what to tell you.
him.
I don't know what to tell you. I would be so surprised if they try to block your access to the damn cul-de-sac. I mean, every single lot in that subdivision has access to the main road. Are they going to make you buy an access? What is their game? What are they trying to do? What is the bottom line? What are they trying to do? Are they trying to keep you from using the damn cul-de-sac and road?
Well, their concession is that they'll give me a 10-foot easement to access my property. What they're trying to do is keep me. When we had a meeting with them, we tried to
what is their concern? Why are they shutting you down? Normally no one would care where the existing driveway is. Yeah. Are they saying your existing driveway is where Snow had the driveway is encroaching on their property?
Yes. Yeah. Well, so that's all the improvements that Dick did, the walls, the deal, the driveway, the sprinkler system. That could be. He could have built it encroaching. I don't know about that. But what I do know is that every single home has access to the main road. Everyone. Now, if he built his driveway onto their property, that would have been my property at the time. I don't recall ever. I mean, I never went up and measured it. I never said to him, "Hey, Dick, are you sure that driveway is on your property?" I actually never did that. So the bottom line is they're saying that the way that house was built and the way the driveway is situated, it encroaches on their property.
Break time, buddy.
All right, I got to take a break. I want to know what you need, because if the guy, he either built the driveway the right way or he built it the wrong way. But even if he built it the wrong way, it's been there more than 18 years. So I want you to hang on. Let's try to get Brad O'Brien on as well. I'm Tom Martino. Why would someone be such an asshole to somebody just to fucking get to their house?
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't make any sense. There's a buzz in my headset that's never been there before.
No, we don't hear a buzz at all here.
Yeah, he does. Chris does hear it.
It could be the headset, though.
I got nothing in this studio.
Yeah, I don't have anything on mine.
So
now, as soon as you feed return audio, it goes away. But right now, with that silence, it's feeding down that sound. And that sound is not local to me. Chris heard it as well. Well, actually, I shouldn't say it's not local to me. If I turn off the sound, let me see if I can stop it. Shit. Damn it.
You didn't touch anything.
What's that?
You didn't touch anything.
No, I didn't touch it. I don't know why it's buzzing. I don't know why it's buzzing. It says it's my MacBook. Hold on.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm generating a little buzz there. Let me go to my sound here. Okay, that one and that one. I don't want to try anything live on the air, so. But when I turn off that, hold on. Yeah. So it's definitely coming from my laptop. My USB. I could stop and reconnect, see what happens. But I don't want to fuck up everything.
Brad's not available. He's in court.
Okay. I'll give him some stuff to do.
I wonder if they had some sort of a disagreement when the guy first moved in, and he's like kind of being vengeful.
Karen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. damn that. It's a pain in the ass. Testing 1, 2. Do you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hey, YouTubers, do you hear crap?
Define crap.
Just crap. I just want to know if they hear crap today. I know they hear it. I can hear it. Oh, I'm doing that. I'm going to do that side-by-side picture a different way. I'm figuring it out.
Oh, wait. Brad said he just got out. He can do a call, so I'm going to call him right now.
Okay, thanks.
That'll be good.
That's because Kelly's the best.
This fucking thing is such a pain in the ass.
Hey, Brad, we've got a caller on that has an issue with a property and a neighbor. That's next one. All right, hang on.
I think that might work.
Necessary. When you want to talk about it.
Oh, this is just crazy.
The where is here. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So let's go to the phones and see what your concerns are. We do have Brad O'Brien on, who is O'Brien Legal Services. He does real estate law and everything associated with real estate. Hey, Brad. So I want to paint this picture for you. Back more than 30 years ago, there was a subdivision developed. And we had, I forget how many lots, but they were all 35-acre lots. It was all approved by the state and the county, and it became a subdivision. Over the years, people built homes, and with each home that I'm aware of, there was an improvement survey done that the banks required. Now, looking at my records, this particular house, I'm not throwing stones at anyone, but this particular house did not have a mortgage on it. So technically, there may not have been anyone to insist on an improvement survey. As you know, Brad, when you're building a new home or building on a property and you have a construction loan and later a permanent loan, these lenders want to see improvement surveys before they take the property as a collateral. I mean, they want to make sure it's a clean property. So most mortgage, and I'm not going to say most, all mortgage companies want to see an improvement survey before they mortgage a property. And I don't know what happened back this many years ago, but recently Gary found out that the driveway that's been there for years and years. Gary, I think that thing, when did you say it was built, that house and driveway?
It was 2000.
I thought it was even before that. But
yeah, Dick had owned the property before that, but he actually built this house in 2000.
Okay. So Dick built his neighbor, or not his neighbor, the guy that used to have that house built it in 2000, 25 years ago. Now, Gary owns this property, and Gary is being told by his neighbor that your driveway encroaches on my lot. Is that right, Gary?
That's correct, yeah. And my driveway, my entrance, Dick, I mean, it's got to be $30,000 to $50,000 worth of improvements. It's a cement driveway. There's brick.
Does he want you to move the? Does he want you to move the driveway?
He doesn't want. Well, I can't get an answer. His attorney's kind of difficult to deal with, and what he's wanting is just I have no access to it. He'll give me an easement, but I'm not supposed to water the lawn. I'm supposed to shut off the irrigation system on his property. I'm not supposed to trim any trees on his property.
What, Gary? What is his real? It seems to me, and I remember these adjacent properties very well because I lived in one of them and Dick lived in the other. Yeah. But as I remember those properties, well, actually, that might have been after I moved out. But no matter what I'm saying is these two adjacent properties are beautiful. And what would be the harm of just leaving the driveway where it is? And why would he not want you to manicure it and keep it? Well, how is that affecting him in a negative way? There's only if Dick or the previous owner built that driveway in the wrong place. I'm not saying he did, but let's say he did. What harm is it doing the neighbor?
It's not doing anything. The first time he only purchased it late last year. The first time I met him, I tried to introduce myself, and he goes, a lot of your improvements are on my property, and I'm taking them from you. And I tried to explain.
So, Brad, if this driveway was out there for that many years, does Gary have a right to keep it the way it is?
Well, he may have title to the encroaching, the part of the driveway that encroaches onto the neighbor's property through adverse possession. That's the 18-year statute. But that is a very complex and nuanced type of a claim. It's very fact-intensive. So I can't say based on these.
When you say fact-intensive, wouldn't he just have to show it's been in continuous use, open for everyone to see, notorious, and not hidden?
That's part of it, but the law changed in 2008 where there are now additional elements that have to be met to make the claim. For example, good faith belief that the property was yours when you started adverse possessing. And that is a new element that may or may not apply.
All right.
Well, according to my attorney, that I can't claim adverse possession because I didn't say or serve him a notice that he was trespassing on my property. It's just been kind of a mutual agreement for 25 years because everybody thought my sprinkler system, my lighting, and whatever basically just follows about 12 feet from the driveway. Follows the contour of the driveway to the center of the cul-de-sac.
All right, I got to take this break because we're going to run right out of time, and I want to get Brad's last thoughts on this. Hold on, right after this. Man, that sucks. That really sucks.
I think there's more to this story.
How much time do I have?
Left in this spot block or coming back?
Like before I come back. Oh, wait. Are you saying we're out?
I'm saying you've got 6 minutes left in this spot block, and you will have approximately a minute coming back.
Oh my God. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
There's a buzz that is... No, it's through headsets and everything, and it's not when we're on the air. I don't know what it is. It's... But...
The only thing that's changed is you got a motor.
Oh, hold on.
If it's interference in that.
Okay, hold on. Let's see.
Stop for a second. It did interrupt and accept policy. It's so this is something else. What else is turned on? That's it. It's only stuff that we can do.
It's really not on the air, but it's
a little step.
Jesus. And it's on that pot right there.
It's in the headphones.
Right, it's coming from this. Look, let me show you. It's this computer, but I don't know what's on the computer that would. There's always something. People accuse me of touching shit too, which I don't do. But if I could disconnect and reconnect, maybe I'll do that during the break. Can't do that. It'll screw up my streaming. I know it's in Lucy right here. I know it is. I'm going to see if I can do that. Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2.
PC, so if you would hang up on me, it's okay.
Just want to say I love America because everyone gets a voice. My voice.
This is Denver's talk station.
Thanks so much for taking my call.
630 KHOW.
All right. I'm Tom Martino. I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to go right to Brad O'Brien. Brad, in a case like this, where does they're telling Gary they're going to shut off his access? What does he do in a case like that? I mean, when this subdivision was developed, each lot was given access to the cul-de-sac and to the main road. I know that because I developed the subdivision. However, I had no power in where people put their driveways. So if this driveway was encroaching all of this time, can they actually just shut it off?
Adverse possession, title transfers automatically. So Gary would be the new owner. You go to court to confirm that.
So Gary,
I would send a letter.
You have to do, again, I'm so sorry for the time constraints, but you have to start an adverse possession. And I don't know why your attorney said you had to send him notice he was trespassing. That's not part of it.
The tree farm had
Xfinity Mobile.
Okay, I'm going to disconnect Lucy and come right back. Okay, bye.
All right. Hang
Okay,
on
bye.
for me,
If I
okay?
get
And he'll be
fucked up,
right
I'm
with you.
fucked up. Testing 1 2 3 4. So it's not on here. It's when I get to Lucy. Testing 1 2. So this computer would still generate a problem. See, it's when I connect through Lucy.
Hey, you're back.
I know, but for some reason, that buzz went away when I disconnected Lucy. I don't know why all of a sudden Lucy would have a fucking...
The cable's tightly plugged in.
Yeah. And besides, it went away as soon as I disconnected. So it's the broadband between me and the station. It has to be because nothing else is... It's on the Lucy part, because as soon as I did that Lucy... It's just the noise in the line, and it's obviously, it wasn't there yesterday. I thought it was my computer, but it's not, because as soon as I disconnect Lucy, I love that new wide shot.
It's really nice.
Why did that switch momentarily? I heard that. Yeah. I know. I heard it. It was the right one right there. Nah. Weird. Well, yeah, then I'll have to read it at night. Yeah, that's fine. You can. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, my light's not going to come back on, is it? Oh, there it goes. Okay. So, I didn't move anything. I know this is a joke, but I truly didn't touch shit.
Okay.
I can't figure it out.
Yeah.
It's as soon as I connect Lucy. I wonder if I went in on a different Lucy, but I don't want to try all that now. It's strong, but it goes away as soon as he feeds return audio. I know it.
It's technically very interesting.
All right, Gary, I hope that helped. So, if you send an email to help,
You know, this is weird because why would they all of a sudden just be such a pain in the ass? That noise is irritating as hell. Testing 1, 2. Yep, it's their end coming into this. Test 1, 2. That is so strange. It's not a bad cable because it makes no noise locally here. It's only when I connect to the station. So there's no... And it's funny, I just sit here from day to day and new adventures come my way.
Helps keep the mind shut. Problem solved.
Yep, except there's nothing I'm doing. It's Lucy. Because if it was a bad cable here, I'd get a buzz. When Lucy was disconnected, I'd still get the buzz. So it's somewhere when I connect to the station, it's feeding that buzz back. Damn. There's really nothing new. There's something at the station on the board or something that's making it buzz.
Good morning, Tom Martino Show. Okay, sir, I'm having a really hard time understanding you. Can you take me off speaker? Or Bluetooth or whatever you're saying, because you just sound mumbled and... Hello? Okay, guess I lost you.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We are here, taking your calls, solving problems, answering questions. A little on that adverse possession. You don't have to tell someone you're trespassing on my property for it to be adverse possession. He needs to get himself a real estate attorney. Adverse possession is automatic. Then you have to go and solidify it in court. But it's an 18-year period of openly using property. So you can't go to the back 600 acres of somebody's property and claim a little strip for yourself. It has to be open and notorious. It has to be known. And that piece of property, in this case, this guy's driveway, had to be in constant use, maintained by the owner, and for everyone to see. And certainly that driveway was there for 25 years or 24 years. That driveway has been there. All of a sudden, the neighbor now it just moved in, says, you can't use that. Why would he care? If you saw this subdivision, it has a cul-de-sac, and the property I had is on part of the slice of the pie of the cul-de-sac. And the property next to where I was, which is what Dick built there, supposedly Dick built the driveway encroaching on what was my property. As I remember the property, it was beautiful. All of the driveways line up perfectly on the cul-de-sac, and they all have their little entrance off the cul-de-sac. Why would you upset that? Why would you say, you're encroaching and I'm going to take it? I mean, even if it was encroaching, what harm is it doing? It's a few feet on his side of the property line. Why would he care? So I would go for the adverse possession. That thing was openly used for many, 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 many years. And I often wonder, what is that all about? That goes far beyond a property line. I mean, so that guy that's living in my house, my previous house, I wonder if he knows about all the secret passages I had. So it's a beautiful home. Hope he's enjoying it. But why would he make life miserable for his neighbor? So that neighbor was there before him. And then when he moved in, he said, some of your improvements are encroaching and I'm going to take them. I just don't understand it. We have Chris with us from discountbath.com. And Chris does a unique bidding process. People go to the website, get an upload link, then take some video of what they want, and these guys were able to price it. So I have a quick question for you, Chris. Then I'm going to Carmen. Carmen, hang on. In fact, bring Carmen up. I'll take them. But Chris, what percentage of these estimates come in low or high? Like, in other words, is it pretty dependable when you price off of a video?
Yeah, we can. I do want to address the video. We're bringing that in-house, and I've got a guy programming it, so it's currently down, but it'll be back up in the next few weeks.
Oh, let me know about that, because that's one of the highlights people love.
Yeah.
So how are you changing it? Is it still going to be you upload a video?
Well, it was outsourced to another company, and we were having trouble with them. And it wasn't reliable, so I've got a guy building it for us.
And will it automatically price through AI, or will you have to look at the video and put a price to it?
Right now, we're looking at the video and putting a price to it.
Yeah, I think that's an accurate way of doing it.
Yep. And then we've also got the app that we have built, which it's out there. It's called the Bath app, and you can get that by downloading it on Apple. And it'll give you an estimate, not an exact price, but you can go in there, design your bathroom, play with it, see what it's going to look like.
And is it tied to your company, or is it just anybody can use it?
Anybody can use it currently.
Okay. And it's called the Bath app?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Let's talk to Carmen. Xfinity Mobile, we talked about that before. Xfinity Mobile is a very ingenious way. They've knitted all of the modems together out there for their Xfinity customers, and they piggyback onto the consumer's modem, which makes a large Wi-Fi network. And then they use towers only when those Wi-Fis are not available. So what's your problem, Carmen?
Hello. Yes, my problem is on July 7th, I called Xfinity to request international travel pass because I was going to be traveling to the UK on July 14th through the 25th. And so they set me up with a service on July 7th. So I was okay with that.
And what was the
I
service?
saw my email.
What was the service called?
International Global Pass.
And this is for out of the country.
Yes.
Okay.
And it was $10 a day. So I called them back just to confirm. And I spoke to a different rep. And he told me I didn't need it because it was included with my service. And I was like totally taken aback. And, I confirmed, are you sure? And he said, oh, yeah, it's part of your cell phone service. And I thought, well, okay, then. So I'm traveling to Europe, and I'm getting these emails that I owe like $1,500. So I called Xfinity, and I asked them,
what would it normally cost, Carmen, if you signed up for this? What does it normally cost?
$10 a day.
Okay. But you were told you didn't have to even do that.
Right.
Okay.
So they canceled it. Yeah, they canceled the service. Yeah, but I didn't need it. So I told them that I was not going to pay that $1,500.
But what is the part I don't understand is this. What's the $1,500? What was that for?
It's for the usage, the phone usage. I used my phone for data. I was using Snapchat to take
so what you're saying is this, Carmen. If somebody goes overseas with a phone and they don't have a special plan, they will pay top retail, which is what they were charging you for. And you thought it would.
Exactly.
Right. So you're getting the top retail for people that don't have a plan. And you were told you did have a plan. Do you have anything in writing that says, hey, Carmen, you don't need this. You already have it?
I do. I have it. I have an email in which I had elected the service, and I have an email that says that I do not need it. I cancel to cancel.
And where were you traveling?
To London, Ireland, and Scotland.
Okay. So prior to your trip, you called. They said you don't need it, and you have that in writing.
Yes.
Okay, well, it seems to me that are they trying to come after you for the $1,500 now?
Well, listen, this is what happened. They pulled the money from my bank account.
Right, because you're on auto pay, right?
No, I'm not. I am not on auto pay.
How did they
pay them?
How do you pay them? How do you with a check?
With my debit card. I call and I make the payment with my debit card. And what they did was they put me on auto pay and they pulled that money out of my bank account. I called them and I made a dispute with my bank and I told them, hey, this is fraud. They pulled money out of my account illegally. They should not have done this. And so my bank gave me a provisional $1,500, of which I had no idea that they did that. And so in the meantime, I am communicating with Xfinity, and they are going through the recordings, and they found the recording of which the person did tell me that I did not.
Okay, and what? Okay, good. So Carmen, they have a recording of someone telling you don't need it. What are they doing about it?
Yes. Nothing. They told me that they were going to fire the guy. They apologized. They were going to give me my money back on August 26th. On August 29th, I received a $1,500 credit into my account. I thought it was Xfinity, but it was not Xfinity. It was my bank. They gave me the provisional so that they would go after Xfinity and collect the $1,500. So in the meantime, they were communicating. Xfinity said this was a legitimate charge. And so my bank said, okay, if it's a legitimate charge, then we cannot help you with the dispute. They pulled back the $1,500, and I'm still out $1,500.
All right. So all of that was, I understand you had to tell me all of that, but here's the current problem. You were charged $1,500 for overseas use of your phone when you were told that you didn't need a special plan. So what I need to do is, you said they located the phone call where the Xfinity rep told you it was built into your plan. Did you get a copy of it?
No, I did not. I did not get a copy of it.
Did they acknowledge in an email that they found it on the audio tape? Or is there any kind of written acknowledgement that you were told this? Because if you were told this...
It was all phone. It was all phone, and all their phone calls are recorded.
Okay, you're going to have to, if they don't do this voluntarily for us, you're going to have to go and sue them in small claims court for the $1,500, claiming that, what would the charges have been if it was built into your plan as promised? Would there have been additional charges?
No, what, $10 a day times 10?
So 100?
You know, what, $100, $200 at the most?
So you would sue them for the difference. But if you call them if you call them right now and say, I should not have been charged the $1,500, do they simply deny that you were told this, or do they say the guy was fired?
They told me that what they needed to do was research and
I'm not talking about before. I'm talking about now. What is their stance right now?
The same thing. They would tell me the same thing. They're giving me the runaround. They're giving me the runaround now. They're telling me that they need to go back and they need to research and investigate and find out what happened. And and they have all the information. But they're backpedaling. They're making me start over again.
This sucks.
Tom, this is a perfect case for just suing them in small claims court. I guarantee you, if she serves them, they'll fork up the $1,500.
Yeah. Turn your mic off for a second. Yup, that's where the buzz is. It's on those studio mics. Do you hear the buzz as soon as he turned it on?
Yeah, I got it from Doc. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So anyway, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to get someone to work on this and simply say to Xfinity, why would you go back on this? Are they going to deny? Here's what I need to know, Carmen. Will they deny that you were told this? Will they deny it right now? I don't want to go back to the past. I want to ask you what you think. Will they deny it? Is that their new stance?
No.
They won't deny
it. Not deny it.
So they're going to say to us, yes, we told her it was included in her plan and she didn't need the global pass, but we charged her anyway. That's what they're going to tell you. They're going to have to say to us that they lied to you and now they get to collect from you. They're going to admit that. I want Deputy D, I want you to take this. I can't believe that you have acknowledgement that they said this to you and they're refusing to stand behind it. It is absolutely ridiculous. So hang on. Just hang on. We're going to make a call for you. By the way, Dan McKenzie can do wills, trusts, probate, avoiding probate. He can do LLCs to hold property, which survives death and goes through your estate. There are so many creative ways he can handle your estate, and it's a great personalized service. McKenzie Law. If you don't have an estate plan, get one. 833-CO-PLANS. 833-CO-PLANS.
Look, your body's unique, so why settle for a one-size-fits-all
impossible
wellness plan? That's where Viome comes in. Viome uses advanced science to analyze your gut biome with a simple at-home test, so you know exactly what foods and supplements are right for you, all based on real data from your own body. And you know what? That's science you can trust. Go to Viome.com now and use promo code THRIVE to save $50 on your full body intelligence test. That's Viome.com, promo code THRIVE to save $50.
Hey, if you want to save hundreds and hundreds of dollars in costly breakdowns, then you want Fix It 24/7. You want their extreme clean, tune, and check of your furnace. It just makes total sense that right now, before it's very cold, get your furnace completely refurbished. They take it apart to the extent they can, spread out the parts, clean every nook and cranny, and adjust and check the entire furnace. It adds life and efficiency. Get it done today before the cold comes for just $39 if you've never had it done before. Normally, it costs way more than that, but if you've not had it done, it's just $39. Go to fixmyhome.com. That's the website. Fixmyhome.com. Hit book now. See, there it goes. See? So somebody's mic is on there. As soon as something just... It absolutely is coming from the station. It's coming from the station.
How about now?
It's off. Now it's on.
Hey, Tom.
That's weird.
Yep, it's mic 3.
So... fucking YouTube asshole morons. Did you hear? It wasn't me, you sons of bitches. I'm sorry, I just had to unload.
Are they morons or SOBs?
They're both.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah.
Can I say something about this Charlie Kirk issue? It's really bugging me.
Yeah, you know what? I've avoided that thing because, man, are people coming unglued about it. What did you? What kind of stuff do you want to talk about? You can say anything you want. I can't control that.
Doc's disconnected currently.
Okay. I just, here's what really upsets me.
He's not ready for you.
I was a huge Charlie Kirk fan, and what really bothers me is people are doing the exact opposite of what Charlie Kirk was all about. He was all about freedom of speech, and these people who are getting canceled and
I know,
they're entitled to their opinion. And
I totally agree.
As horrible as it is, what they're saying, you can't stop people, or you shouldn't censor them, because as somebody once said, the only way to protect free speech is by more free speech.
Is it still there, Tom?
I think Jimmy Kimmel,
when he's talking. Yeah,
I think
right
Jimmy
there.
Kimmel is evil for what he said, but he has to be allowed to say it.
I don't even. You know what the truth is I don't know what he said that was so bad. He just said that the MAGA Republicans are trying to deny he was part of them. So how does?
Right.
But I don't understand why that got him off the show. I mean, he was just expressing a stupid opinion.
And a lot of other people have been fired or canceled for expressing an opinion, which they should be entitled to do.
I know. Of course they should. Absolutely.
And Charlie Kirk would say the same thing. He was all about freedom of speech.
I know.
And, these people that have said these horrible things, people now know who they are and what they're really made of.
This way for you, too. In July, his ratings were a 6 share. Now, in August, his ratings were a 3 share. So you don't want to give ABC an excuse to fire your ass when half your audience left.
Oh.
Right.
Why did they leave? Do you know?
Don't know. I no freaking clue. And you still have that buzz, Tom?
Yeah, right now I do. Now it's off.
Okay. You probably want to have Doc move over to 2.
Okay.
Because then we'll just not bug the crap out of Tom with that buzz.
Yeah. Just as long as my fucking YouTube morons know
on air,
that.
he sounded mostly fine. I didn't. I don't know. I don't know what the issue would be here.
You know that old saying, Tom, about I totally disagree with what someone says, but I will defend with my life their right to say it.
Doc, we're having you move over to 2.
Over here, because that mic is bad.
Same headphones?
Yeah. Which is going to be great.
I think I want to run one more test during the next break. See if I can play around with it a little bit more.
It's just that one mic.
Right. So I want to put a different mic in that slot.
Oh,
if
yeah.
It's the mic itself, or if it's or whatever. So, yeah.
Talk about it.
Oh, this is just crazy.
The Where is here. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Chris, we have a text for you on the bathrooms. And specifically, it's about the roughed-in area in the basement where only the pipes are there. Do you build a bathroom up from that basement, or they want to put a bathroom down there before they finish the whole thing? But all they have, you know how some people in their basements have the rough-ins for the hot and cold and the drain for the toilet and the sink. Yep. Can you take those stubs and make a bathroom around it?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll frame it in, help with the design, move the plumbing, get everything going. Yep.
And have it there for their future remodel.
Correct. Yep. So we'll leave how do I describe this? The outside walls, not the bathroom walls, right. In the inside. We'll leave that unfinished, and then they can tie in with their framing or whatever.
There are trends in everything. Like right now, if you ride around Denver, you're going to see a bunch of followers of Joanna Gaines. You're just going to find them. And what you're going to see are barn doors, black siding, black windows, twin peaks. They have the twin gable peaks, and then in between, do you know what I'm talking about, Chris?
Yep.
The design or the fashion of the time. Again, there are some classic designs. There are some classic construction modes that never go out of they kind of stay in vogue. They stay in shape or in fashion, but there are trends. And I laughingly call some of them Frank Lloyd wrong as opposed to Frank Lloyd right. That design has been around for years. That square, boxy, hey, I'm a museum. No, I'm a house. Am I a law office or a dental office? No, I'm a house. And then the other one now are the black houses. And we can thank Joanna Gaines for that. So my question is, are there trends, fashion trends in bathrooms?
Yeah, for sure. The one that we see the most is probably the color of the cabinets. So you start, like, blue is really in, green kind of gets in. So now wood tones are back in. So we see a lot of that. We went from the gray period, now we're moving back into earth tones. Both of those can go back and forth because they're good neutrals.
But there are definitely fashion and designs.
Absolutely.
And what about, like, I on a personal note, like sinks? I never really liked a vessel sink, but they got really popular for a while. Are vessel sinks still popular?
No, not at all. People realize they have to clean both sides of the sink.
Yeah, a vessel sink, by the way, for those listening, is like a big giant spaghetti bowl. Yep. That's set down into a hole in the counter. Part of it's up. It's just it's a vessel sink.
It looks like a mixing bowl.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Are the pea green toilets ever coming back?
Yeah, they're coming back.
No, you're kidding, right?
Kohler at the last big trade show in Vegas had those colors, and they had people voting on it. I can't recall which color won. They had the pink, the yellow, the green.
I think the most ugly I've ever seen, Chris. Remember when the appliances had the not just avocado but burnt
harvest Harvest Gold.
It was like avocado and the edges were like burnt colors.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what you call it. Crap avocado or...
Ugly 70s.
Now,
I don't know.
I do hear that, and this one texter said, have you seen the new designer colors for appliances? I guess there are some pastels and some other colors. And another big one is eggplant.
Yep.
Now, do you advise people when they're putting in their bath about fashion and about being careful not to date their house?
Yeah, we do. Again, it's opinion, right? But my opinion is if you're staying and you know you're not going anywhere, do what you want. If there's a chance, even a small chance that you're going to sell, keep it neutral. If you're going to do color, do it with paint. That's easy to change.
All right, let's talk to our caller here. Hey, Hank. What is going on in your life, Hank?
How you doing?
Good, Hank. I'm trying to find, when did you call first?
Friday at noon.
This Friday, okay.
September 12th. Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about it. What's going on with you?
Well, we have a
23. It's your 23
Ram.
Dodge Rebel, right?
Yes, sir.
What's going on? You said it died unexpectedly going down the road. The dealer said the power pack is bad. Dodge agreed to fix it, but they had a delay getting a part. But you found the part, and they said they couldn't.
Correct. Both sent an email to the parent company, and then he sent a certified letter. And somehow yesterday they called me and told me the truck was ready.
Whoa! Hold on, got to pull out my dinger. There we go. So,
how about that?
That's pretty cool. Bo did a great job. The problem solved. Let's see. I'm going to use my dinger again. There we go. So Hank, thank you for letting us know. We love keeping track of this stuff. So did they say what the problem was? Was it the power pack?
Yes, it was the power pack. They put a new power pack in, and everything is clear and ready to go. The guy didn't tell me what the delay was, but
yeah,
who knows?
But amazingly, they found it when Bo got involved, and he did a certified letter. Bo, you did a great job. I don't know if Bo's listening right now, but he did a great job. Thank you, Hank, for letting us know that. You see, we've had this happen before, where a dealer says we can't find the part, and a consumer calls the show, said, I just Googled it and found like 6 of them. Kevin Calkin told me that the dealers sometimes are restricted as to where they can go for a part, and sometimes they're dependent on OEM, original equipment manufacturer, and if they can't get it, they're not allowed to go on and just buy anything and get it covered under warranty. But it seems to me, though, that there can be a little more effort done on sourcing parts, because it's happened too much where dealers just throw their hands in the air and say, hey, I can't find it. And then you go and Google it and you find it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So coming up, I promise you we're going to have some health talk, not your normal health talk. I promise you. It's probably stuff you have never, ever heard before. But we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, and I want you to stay tuned for health perspective on cancer and nutrition that I promise you have never heard before. And speaking of health, DenverRegen.com, stem cell therapy at its best. I say that because I was a recipient of it. It took my pain away completely. Also had hair regeneration done with Denver Regen, and they do weight loss, semaglutide, and tirzepatide. DenverRegen.com.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Staples.
Yeah, the drive still looks pretty good. Some construction work up on E470, both directions in between Highway 85 and I-76. Hey, looking at some backups in there, a bit of a delay, and Pena still running heavy coming out of the airport from Tower and then back on to I-70. I-70 coming west from E470 through about Tower also with some road work. We're not looking at heavy jamming, but some slowdowns through there. I-70 from Colorado to Brighton and I-25 both directions in and out of downtown. Just a little sluggish with traffic. I'm Jonathan Steele.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 11/1. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Information is power, especially when it comes to a lawsuit, especially when it comes to a lawsuit with injuries in an auto accident. John Fuller equips you with information free of charge, up front, with no obligation. That means if you're in an accident with injuries and you want information on where you go from here, John Fuller will talk to you with no expectation of you hiring him. Now, if you do hire him, listen to this. It's on a percentage fee basis, and you get his personal cell phone number that you can call or text at any time. He really means it when he says personalized service and free legal advice. 303-597-4500. Ask to talk to John right up front. 303-597-4500. So we did away with the buzz, you assholes on YouTube. Motherfuckers. You're throwing me under the bus.
Good morning. Tom Martino Show.
I want to run a quick experiment, see if it's the port or the microphone itself.
Okay.
Hang on.
I can't understand you. Call me right back.
All right, Tom, let me know if and when you hear it.
Nope. Nope, didn't hear it.
Nothing at all?
Nothing. No
Currently,
buzz.
still nothing.
Nope, still nothing. No buzz.
Okay.
What do you think it is, the mic or the
mic itself, yeah.
It's one of those Shures, right?
Yeah.
I wonder what would make that buzz. I love my morons, even though they're fucking morons.
One last time, Tom, let me know if you hear it.
Okay.
Anything?
Nothing. No, don't hear a buzz.
Well, I'm completely stumped then, because now I've got that up before. All right.
Could it have been Doc?
I believe it's Doc. 100% Doc. I don't know, maybe just reseating it over and over again helps, because he's got nothing now. Weird. All right, whatever.
Could be a combination of the headphones and the
It worked,
mic.
it worked.
If it works, it works. Goes to the machine, that's all I know.
Doom, doom, doom. All I care about, it wasn't fucking me. God damn it. Damn. Bastards.
Hey, we all believed you didn't touch anything.
Yeah.
If he's not hearing it, means I don't have to put any ticket and have to deal with all that bullshit.
Yeah.
I'll take that as a win.
That is a win. Because we have a full house tomorrow on Ryan's show.
That's what I was a little afraid of. It's like, if that's really an issue, then I got to get on that immediately. But apparently just playing with it around helped it. So, woohoo.
What did you do to reseat it? Did you just take this out?
First, when Doc was still on that third mic, yeah, I reseated it from both the port and the mic, and then plugged it all back in. And he said the static was still there. So that was when we moved Doc. Then I took the other spare mic, plugged it in.
Oh, we have a spare mic?
Well, the whatever the...
Oh, the floating one?
Yeah, so plug that in. He says he doesn't have any static. So I was like, all right, one more time. Plug the actual one at 3, and nothing now.
So you fixed it.
I fixed it. Reseated it a dozen times, and it seems to work.
What's that? Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, so we have with us discountbath.com, Chris Console, talking about bathrooms. We're also talking coming up about health, and there is some consumer news I want you to be aware of. It's really important. Let me get to it. Okay, people, I emphasize this because it means something, okay? I call it perceptionomics. It's called consumer sentiment. It slipped again in September. We're in September, and it's reaching a 4-month low. Now, what that means is people give their concerns, right? And it's a survey, and it's a big cross-section of Americans. And they give their concerns about business, inflation, personal finances, and people's fear of inflation has increased. Also, they're worried about rising costs and jobs. So consumer sentiment usually precedes a change in the economy, and here's why. This is why I hate when these newscasters, they either spell doom or gloom or, something else. But when they all start talking about doom and gloom based on their own perceptions and the perceptions of the public, an otherwise healthy economy can literally be dragged down. Because if you have a sentiment that jobs might be lost or things are not good, you may hesitate on a big purchase. That hesitation then would have an effect on factory orders, and factory orders and future outlook for factories or retailers then have an effect on the job postings. We're not going to fill this position. We're not going to fill that position. It all starts with consumer sentiment. Now, obviously, there are times the economy takes a dump without anyone knowing or anticipating, and it has nothing to do with sentiment. But I would say most of the time, what precedes a bad economy are people believing we're heading for a bad economy. Give you an example of how it can work in the housing industry. People may hold off listing their home thinking, I'm not going to get much for that house right now. I better hold off. Inventory goes down a bit. Or it might work where people hesitate on buying a home, or people hesitate on changing jobs. So really, sentiment is very important in my eyes. Okay, the Fed, of course, made that cut, lowering rates, but they said they may not do future rate cuts. Oil prices are holding steady. What does that mean? Well, when you have a drop in oil prices, sometimes it gives a boost to the economy when people feel good about oil, meaning being low and being plentiful. Whereas when it's tightened up and expensive, that might send a signal to consumers. So with consumer sentiment falling, many people will hold off on purchases. And as a result, people are expecting that this holiday season, which, by the way, isn't that far off right now. It's amazing how these years fly by. It could be a dismal holiday season. Again, I'm not predicting this. I am telling you what these indicators mean. And overall, I heard somebody say the other day, and again, I'm not going to make this political, but they said, under Biden, our economy was smoking, and as soon as Trump took office, it's slowing down. So, they say, what the hell's that all about? Why is that happening? And I get a lot of text to that degree. They're usually aimed at Mark, because when Mark's here, he makes no bones about being a Trump supporter and loving everything he's doing. And again, I don't mean, like I said, to make it political, but Mark makes no bones about having that opinion. And people love texting, him. It comes through my number, but they text him saying, what are you saying about the economy now? Blah, blah, blah. What about your hero, Trump? I don't think it's just Trump. I think what's happening was bound to happen anyway. We cycle through periods of inflation and periods of recession. The problem is not that we cycle through them. It's when they get too deep, when the recession goes too deep or inflation goes too high. The normal rippling effect is not that bad. And it's something that really is going to happen no matter what. So I'd like your thoughts on the economy and where you think it's going and if it's affecting you. Lisa, you have an issue with a contractor. I'll get it started so I can get someone on it. What is the issue, Lisa? What's going on?
Hi. So my mom is 80, and she likes to hire people based off of referrals from her church, as any good church-going 80-year-old woman would do.
Okay.
And she hired a guy and had him come in and do some sheeting in her garage. And then that seemed to go okay. I laid eyes on it, but I obviously am not construction. And then she had an issue with her tub. She just wanted the tub push drain replaced. And then all of a sudden it turned into this plumber said that there was black mold and a broken pipe, and she needed a mitigation company.
Now, hold on, so Lisa. Was this the same? Was this the same contractor that did the sheeting, or was that just a separate aside?
Yeah. Same contractor. He said he's a licensed plumber. I couldn't find him at first, and then did find him on the Dora website. So he is a licensed plumber, but he
and she wanted him to change out the drain.
Yeah, so like the little push tub drain, like in the bottom of a tub. It was corroded. It looks as if he maybe used like a chisel or a sawzall, and when that didn't work, he went looking for other ways to get to it.
Is this a standalone tub? Is this a standalone tub?
It's like one of the ones that's just embedded in the wall in the bathroom, like connected to the wall, kind of.
So to get access to it, he went to the side or underneath, and he had to go through a little.
He went to the basement, to try to go through some ceiling tiles to get to it.
Okay. All right. Hold on, and we'll come right back to you.
Pipe.
Okay. We'll take a look at it and figure out what's going on. I'm Tom Martino.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Staples.
Yeah, the drive still looks pretty good. Some construction work up on E470, both directions in between Highway 85 and I-76. Hey, looking at some backups in there, a bit of a delay, and Pena still running heavy coming out of the airport from Tower and then back on to I-70. I-70 coming west from E470 through about Tower also with some road work. We're not looking at heavy jamming, but some slowdowns through there. I-70 from Colorado to Brighton and I-25, both directions in and out of downtown. Just a little sluggish with traffic. I'm Jonathan Steele.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 11/1. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
You know, it's my privilege to have sponsors that I really love to endorse and send people to. Gravina's is one of them. More than 25 years on my referral list. I've known them for the whole time I've been in Colorado, 45 years. They go back 70 years. The dad started. Then we had Larry Gravina go out on his own on 950 West Evans with his son, Nick. They have 50 lines of windows. You'll never be steered into one. And they have multiple lines of siding and doors. All of their products have stood the test of time, just as Gravina's has. Gravina's. The name says it all. 303 Gravina, Gravina. Anything for the outside of your home. 303 Gravina. I also love when I can refer a solar company, because solar companies come and go. They're not here to stay, most of them. And most of them just sell contracts. They don't know anything about the system. Red Rock's Roof and Solar is different. They do sales, they do installation, they do service, they do maintenance. They know the solar business. And right now, they're doing commercial systems. If you have a strip mall, an apartment house, an agribusiness, maybe a business out of your home, if you qualify for commercial, you can get it mostly paid for by the government, and you can make positive cash flow selling the power. Find out more. RedRocksRS.com, your one-stop solar shop. RedRocksRS.com, 303-704-2449.
I try.
Ron's coming back here. I got him some coffee.
Oh, you talked to him?
Yeah. We have a coffee machine, so I was going to say that.
Oh my God.
Is he going to come down and sit? Good. Excellent. Wait till you hear some of his takes on shit.
Yeah.
Are you on erythromycin? You're going to be?
Yeah, I just found out about it last week.
Okay. He's been on it for a while.
Yeah, it's probably not something for us to discuss on the air.
No.
But off the air, all of a sudden,
I would love it if he's I wonder if he can make time, because he's leaving the 20th. I have a fundraiser tonight. I was going to cut short just to talk to him, but then we have Friday. I'm open. I wonder if he can do something Friday evening. He wants to visit his sister. Anyway, so let's figure it out. That would be wonderful, man. Kimberly would love him.
Yep, just in case, because I know you do the whole stuff on
That's
Friday.
true, too. Absolutely.
And we have an extra person on.
I'm up for anything.
Maybe good news, as you would say.
Okay.
Deborah can't.
See? I saw that coming a mile away.
You know what I was going to say?
Oh, yeah.
So it'll be just.
You say good news and Kelly? I mean, that's exactly what it is.
Means it's at another woman's expense.
Plus, thousands of diamond designs from the world's top designers. The Diamond Expo at Williams Jewelers. Save hundreds, even thousands. It's our biggest diamond event of the year.
It's the Vamos Broncos watch party September 21st at Empower Field at Mile High against the Chargers. Fans here in Denver can enjoy big screens, culture, food trucks, and a bar menu, face paint, and more. It's free. Get tickets at denverbroncos.com/VamosBroncos.
Hey, this is Matt Jones. I'm Drew Franklin, and this is NFL Cover Zero. We're just here to try to give you an NFL perspective a little bit different. Did you see the Colts pretzel? That was my other big takeaway from it. What was that? Oh my! I think NFL coverage should be informative and entertaining. And twice a week, that is exactly what you're going to get. Open up your free iHeartRadio app, search NFL Cover Zero with Matt Jones and Drew Franklin, and listen now.
When something makes you say, what? Social Security accounts belonging to people listed over 120 years old. When something makes you say, why?
$8 million for making mice transgender.
When someone makes you say, who?
No one likes violence, but sometimes violence is necessary.
When you want to talk about it.
Oh, this is just crazy.
The where is here. Denver's talk station.
630 KHOW.
All right. I want to go right back to Lisa. So, Lisa, your 80-year-old mom hired this contractor, also a licensed plumber. And bottom line, he went to change a drain plug or a drain, whatever, on a bathtub. He got access through the basement ceiling. Okay, keep going. Did you say he discovered mold?
Yeah, he said that there was mold from a broken pipe. So then he halted work, which is industry standard, I get.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Sometimes it's exaggerated. Here's what I urge you to do, Lisa. Please, I'm sorry about the clock. Hang on. I have a feeling your mom was taken for a ride. Hold on a second, please. I want to see what we can do for her and for you. I'm Tom Martino. Stick around. All right. Let's see what's going on here.
Getting your house ready to sell? Rely on the experience of Frank Duran, the real estate man.com. Does your home need repairs prior to selling? I have the experience and great local connections to help you determine which items are cost effective. We will detail which simple, easy steps you can make to enhance your home's appearance. I'm with you every step of the way. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, urging you to use Frank Duran, the real estate man.com with RE/MAX Alliance 303-920-60. Portions of the following program are pre-recorded.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Turning Point USA, founded by Charlie Kirk, has announced the board voted to name Kirk's widow, Erica, as the CEO and chair of the board. It follows the fatal shooting of the conservative influencer last week at Utah Valley University during a speaking tour. Erica Kirk expected to speak Sunday at Kirk's funeral in Phoenix. ABC Network announcing Jimmy Kimmel Live is being preempted indefinitely.
The announcement came after criticism from FCC Chairman Brendan Carr, who called for Kimmel's suspension over comments the host made on his show after the killing of conservative influencer Charlie Kirk. Nexstar and Sinclair, two of the largest owners of network affiliates, had said they would preempt the program. President Trump called the decision, quote, great news for America. Unions representing entertainment professionals and writers have condemned the decision.
Mike Buffy, Walt Disney is parent company of Disneyland and ABC News. On Wall Street, stocks are up this hour. This is ABC News.
All right.
In Mississippi, new developments in the death of a black student
I
found
hate
hanging
this.
from a tree on
The anti-nausea medication I have to take
Authorities in Mississippi are now
makes me
working
like
with the
jumpy.
FBI to tell us that they can only so much, but are trying to make
I can't
Like
explain it.
scary jumping, like oh,
Well, and then
you startle easier.
coupled with migraine medication, which has caffeine in it, and
taken to the hospital. Police say they have killed the shooter. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Since the moment you were born, I've made 1,000 wishes. Wishes for your future. In a world that's changing fast. But all of the things you may one day do
For the last,
in place. And
so you know obviously that Tom and
you win and you lose.
Mark and Suzanne are out until the 30th.
Okay.
So I'm basically it. And for the last 3.5 weeks, Tom has been out on.
No, Tom's here.
Sorry, not Tom.
I can hear him.
Dan.
He talks.
Has been out for 3.5 weeks on a trial. Supposedly he's coming back Monday. Supposedly. So we've been dealing with all the fill-ins. And let's just say some are much more high maintenance than others. For instance, Kelly, I did something to the texts again. Kelly, I just spilled an iced tea and it got all over the place and my headphones aren't working. Kelly, I screwed up my audio and now all I have are the green wavy mics. Kelly, I lost the call screener. It's been a month.
Several hundred students marched at the state capitol yesterday calling for action to reduce and prevent gun violence. Colorado State University will enforce game day security rules today for 2 events tied to Charlie Kirk's death. Turning Point USA is hosting a vigil followed by a free speech forum. CSU says it's not endorsing the events but must uphold the First Amendment. Clear bags, security screenings, and a heightened police presence will be in place. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, impact traffic from the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by King's Hawaiian Sliders. Yeah, we're still looking at a pretty quiet line out here. We got a Rockies game about another hour or so. So we are seeing an increase into Lodo around Coors Field, Park Avenue, 20th Street. Watch for pedestrians if you're in downtown area there. Got some traffic on I-35C downtown. Looks like 270's running a little slow out of Commerce City and I-70 looks like from Havana out to 225 is a little slow, but even coming out of Tech Center, got a little bit of company coming up from Orchard. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Eli Manning here. There's nothing like football and King's Hawaiian Sliders. There's something about those soft, fluffy, irresistible King's Hawaiian Sliders that make them a winner on game day. Pick some up this weekend in the bakery or deli section of your grocery store. King's Hawaiian. There's nothing like it.
The ultimate celebration of music.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Is happening tomorrow and Saturday.
Live in Las Vegas at T-Mobile Arena. 16 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
And listen live on the free iHeartRadio app.
Tomorrow and Saturday, starting at 8:30.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
When you need home repairs, don't let it ruin your day. There's no need to worry, 'cause mine's on the way. From heating and cooling to plumbing too. No problem, we'll fix it for you. Plumline, the name you can trust. Plumline, you can count on us. Service at home, service at heart. Plumline Services.
You're great at protecting your data, but lots of places could still expose you to identity theft. If that happens, LifeLock gives you the U.S.-based restoration agent who will stick by your side from start to finish. Phone calls, filing documentation, preparing insurance claims. Your agent handles it all. In fact, they're so confident restoration is guaranteed or your money back. It's nice to have an expert like that on your side. Save up to 40% off your first year with promo code Beck at LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com. Terms apply. It's the Dan Kaplan Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Brown wears many hats, including as cameo host for Dan, and she fills that role on Thursday with the very latest on the investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassin and whether a network of lunatic extremists aided and abetted him on the Dan Kaplan Show.
Ripped off
just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, I'm Tom. I want to go right to Lisa. Now, this show is all about solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. Lisa thinks her mom might be taken advantage of. She's 80. She had a contractor come to the house and do some work. One of them was on a tub. He went through the basement ceiling to try to get to the tub drain and said he saw mold, and that's where we left it off. Lisa, when I hear mold, many times it's accompanied by exaggeration and ripoff. If people knew how much mold we lived with over the years, they would expect to be dead by now. Mold is the new scare for everyone. Oh, you got mold. Now, I want to know this. Where does it stand? Did he take advantage of her? Did she approve a lot of work? What happened after he discovered mold?
So my mom is like, so she's like 80, right? So she's writing checks left and right to this guy. She has spent $4,426 for a broken pipe, a garage that's put together with pin nails, and the sheeting isn't even.
So how much total has she spent with this guy?
$4,426, and he's still asking for an additional. Let's see. She just sent me the invoice. He is asking for an additional $1,300.
Okay, have you been over there, Lisa?
Yes, so I've gone over. I actually called a friend who is a plumber. Once she told me all this was going on, I was like, well, shoot, I got to get over there. This isn't good. So I went over there and actually waited for this guy to show up. He did not show up, and then texted that he was there and no one was home, which is a blatant lie because I was there at the time.
All right, so where does it stand? Where does it stand right now, Lisa? What do you want? What do you want?
I just want to know, like, is there something we can go through like the Dora website or something? Because mostly, like, I realize he's a licensed plumber. He didn't do his job. We hired someone else. They did do their job. They said there was no mold. They fixed the problem. Done. Everything's paid for.
Perfect.
Obviously, that's over. But he's asking for more money for this street lamp that he repaired, and it's not. This is where it gets ridiculous. Is he's not an electrician, right? So he's a plumber.
When you say street lamp, what do you mean? What do you mean street lamp?
So it's like a lamp in her front yard that doubles as a mailbox, and it has a light. And the city came out and told him it was not up to code what he did, but he's still trying to charge my mom because he put in time and material, which I get. But
well, why don't you call him and tell him she's not going to pay and what he did was wrong, period. Why don't you just stand up to him?
I should. Is that, like, I can do that? Like, he can't come after her because she's just worried about retribution.
Listen, he could do anything he wants. He can put a lien on the house, but you can fight that. I mean, bottom line is, if he didn't do it right and you have that from the city, then you're not going to pay for it. I mean, Lisa, you just have to start taking control. This guy thinks I'm going to push until I can't push anymore. I mean, that's what a lot of these people do. So what I'm telling you to do is to tell him straight up, this was not done to code. It was not done correctly. You are not an electrician, and you better stop trying to collect. Otherwise, I'm going to Dora. And they will look into claims like this, especially he should not be working on that if he's not a licensed electrician. Call us back if you need us to scare him. I mean, just call us back if you need help. But try that first. Just be very firm with him. Thanks, Lisa. Bruce, what's going on with your Chevy Silverado? Is this a used car issue? What is it, Bruce?
Yes, I bought it used. It's a 23. I bought it a year ago, and it had probably 30,000 miles on it. And now I have it has a problem with the right front signal light that is intermittent, and it's done this ever since I bought it. And I've had it in 3 times, and they say, well, they can't find anything. Well,
hold on. Is that all you're calling about? Is that the problem right now with this truck? Because Sheridan Auto Tech can trace down anything electrical, anything.
Yeah, yes, that's basically it. But they won't fix it under warranty. They say, well, we can't find nothing. They keep.
Okay, well, tell me
so I
what the
don't know
symptoms are.
Well, it's the right front signal light. It starts flashing real fast, and it's not working. So you go out. I actually got videos of it, you go out.
Bruce,
and you look
that's gonna be really minor, man. That's gonna be really minor. I mean,
well, it's like,
I don't.
What do I do? It's a safety issue.
Yeah, but it can't be that. What I'm saying is, we're talking about a minor problem. There's no warranty on that. You bought it last year. What kind of warranty did you have on it?
Well, it's still got the full.
Oh, it does. Oh, wait a minute. So it's still under the full factory warranty?
Yes.
What dealership are you dealing with?
Well, it's a dealership in Montana. It's
okay, you're in Montana.
That I'm in Wyoming, actually. I bought
Tell me
I bought
this.
it
You bought it in Montana. You're in Wyoming. There's no other Chevy dealer you can take it to if it's under warranty?
Well, yeah, I can. That's what they suggested. I called the GM and they suggested take it to another dealership, but they're not going to, when they put it on their machines to analyze it, if they can't find nothing, they're going to charge me for it. So
no, they're not. Not when it's under warranty and you take it in for a warranty issue. If they don't find a problem, they don't charge you for that. They're giving you bum information,
well,
Bruce.
What they told me.
Bruce, who told you that? The Montana dealership?
No, I called the GM hotline, the GM service complaint line.
Okay. This whole thing is befuddling me over one stupid signal, turn signal. Well, I know what it is. It's going to be a bulb or something stupid. It's going to be, it's going to be something really easy. Yeah. This is not a big warranty issue.
And I think, Bruce, the best way for you to cut to the chase is just call a Chevy dealer that's near you and say, hey, my truck is under warranty and it's got this problem. Will you take a look at this? And I just want to make sure there's no charge because I'm making a warranty claim on it. Have you tried something like that, or do you think that might work?
No, that's what I'm thinking about doing. I'll probably do that, but
that's what you do, man. Listen, I don't mean to make light of this, but I cannot believe that it's not a big deal, bro. It's just not. Number one cause of a rapid flash is a burned out bulb or a loose or corroded bulb. It's just simple. It's really simple. It could be a bad headlamp altogether. It could be a broken wire. This is really easy to take care of. Listen, I would love to help you if I thought it would help. But it won't. You got to call the dealer and say, look, I have a warranty issue. But if it's a burnt out bulb, by the way, that's not a warranty thing. But that's what it's going to be. It's going to be a burnt out bulb, Bruce. That's what it will be.
How close, Bruce? How close are you? How close are you to the nearest Chevy dealer?
Oh, no, I'm just a few miles.
Hey man,
try to them and say, sir, what do you think's wrong with this?
They'll take it seriously. Just stop by over there this afternoon. Say, hey guys, look at this. Do I have a burnt out bulb or what's going on? Have you ever seen a rapid flasher like that? I guarantee you they'll take care of you right on the spot.
Coming up, I want to talk about health in a way you've never heard talked about before. Okay, I promise you, you have never heard it talked about like we're going to talk about it. And I'm telling you, every single person will be interested in this, okay? And it's a bugaboo of mine. Health has always been a major deal, but this is not your normal health conversation. I promise you, never have you heard it before, the way it's going to be put. And it's for anyone concerned about cancer, cancer detection, cancer suppression, health in general, metabolism, diet, all of that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
The Medicare enrollment period runs from October 15th to December 7th. Don't guess what your Medicare plan is going to cover next year or what it'll cost. Both could change a lot. The good people at Integrity Health Advisors would be glad to offer you a no-cost, personalized plan review so you don't get caught by unexpected
he just wants
changes.
that reverse osmosis
Integrity Health
water.
Advisors is a trusted local source of Medicare resources and not tied to any one carrier, so they can find the right plan for you. Get started today at integrityhealthadvisors.com.
You know, when we started Wave 8 Wealth Management, it was for me and my portfolio because I was disgusted with the industry. And you should be too. Because 99% of all financial advisors are not advisors. They are relationship managers. They shake your hand, they take your money and place it with a bigger advisor. And they make a spread in between. They don't know about your personal investments. In fact, if you want to know about your personal investments, the big advisor doesn't know your name. If you want true financial advisement from financial advisors who actually make the trades for you and babysit your portfolio, then you want to join me at Wave 8 Wealth Management. Contact us, wave8capital.com, wave, the number 8, capital.com, or 303-771-HELP, 771-4357.
Is that practice around? Just close it down.
And if that's what's going on with you, don't wait. You need to call us at Rocky Mountain Med Clinic and get treated for your low T. Because living with low testosterone is no way to live. With our low T treatments, if you're like most guys, your life will change considerably. Improved sleep, better energy, greater gains in the gym, better mental clarity, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. Plus, most men see these results in just a few weeks. Your initial visit is just $99 with PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to Rocky Mountain Med.
Now, I just Googled it. It was one of the largest weddings. It was like a royal wedding, they said it.
So you have any single daughters? Make sure to write down my phone number in case he has a niece, cousin. Yeah, make sure. Don't forget about Dimitri, is what I'm saying. I'll invite you to the $600 million party. Sure.
The number one killer furnaces. Don't wait for costly breakdowns with the first cold snap. Get it fixed 24/7. An extreme clean, check and tune, just $39. The only ones who truly clean each and every part.
Trying to tire that.
Customers, just $39. Protect your system and your wallet. Fix it 24/7. Hometown partners of the Broncos. Go to fixmyhome.com. Click book now.
Yeah. Get tired. Sure. Say something.
So instead of planning your day around your pain, plan it your way. QC Kinetics means no surgery, no drugs, no long-term recovery. Just a smarter, faster way to get your freedom back. Bring your MRI or your X-ray. They'll make sure you're a good candidate. They have clinics in Aurora, Dayton, Highland Ranch, and Colorado Springs, so they're close to you. Your first consultation, that's free. So there's no reason to wait. Call QC Kinetics today. 303-900.
Absolutely.
303-900-8986. QC Kinetics. 303-900-8986.
Do you ever worry about having enough retirement money to last the rest of your life? Are you looking for ways to protect your retirement savings from inflation, taxes, stock market downturns? I Simply ask these questions to Jordan Quijano at mymoneymyway.com. It's possible and it's even easy. This retirement account offers a 17% bonus, long-term care benefits, and guaranteed to never lose money. Get all the information on this guaranteed pension account at mymoneymyway.com.
Brought to you by Novartis, founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network. 2 series-deciding Game 3s tonight in the WNBA, starting with the Indiana Fever and the Atlanta Dream tipping off at 7:30 Eastern at Gateway Center in College Park, Georgia. Then at 9:30 Eastern, the Seattle Storm and the Las Vegas Aces will battle at Michelob Ultra Arena in Las Vegas. The winners will advance to the semifinals, which get underway on Sunday. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcast. We recognize the importance of dreaming big and achieving more. iHeart Women's Sports Network is brought to you by Novartis, makers of Kisqali Ribociclib, supporting all women who strive for more in sports and in life.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Frank Duranda Real Estate Man will do a free market valuation of your home. If you were wondering what it will sell for in this crazy market, you know, we have a lot going on in this marketplace, and it's free. A totally free analysis. 303-920-1622. 920-1622. And there's no obligation to ever list with him if you want to know what will it go for on this market. FrankDurandTheRealEstateMan.com. All right, so about 40 years ago, I stumbled onto a guy who had a metabolic medical practice, and I didn't even know what the hell that meant. Metabolic medical practice. He looked at the entire organism of a person. Some people call that holistic. It's anything but natural, and we'll talk about that. So 40 years ago, I stumbled onto this, and he became world famous after that. He really did. Amongst those in the health maintenance industry, healthcare industry, those who are in the know with health, advanced researchers from all over the world. He's probably met every one of them. He's influenced many of them. He has nothing. This is what I love. We got to be dear friends. And when he heard I had cancer, of course, he had an entirely different perspective on cancer than anyone else I've ever talked to. And I'm privileged that he came here. He lives overseas and attends to, we're not going to talk about it, but he attends to some of the, some really people who want this kind of medical care. So he attends to some private families and celebrities and people of note that we can't talk about. But, and in fact, he doesn't tell me about it except in generality. So bottom line is this. He is a weirdo when it comes to medicine. And I mean that in the best possible way. To look at, this is what he first told me, okay? This is what I remember about it, about 40 years ago. He said that basically there is no such thing as disease, and there is no such thing as all kinds of stuff like eating, digesting. He had an idea of health as being a whole organism in this way. This is what I loved. He said, imagine every single cell in your body. Okay. Your cells can exist without you. He gave an example of a woman who had more of her cells living after she died than when she was alive. So cells can live outside of you, and cells can thrive outside of you. And we are nothing but a collection of cells, with one exception. The cells communicate with each other. So the cells are communicated with by a master, by us, and the cells are kidney cells, liver cells, pancreas cells, brain cells, heart cells, all kinds of cells. And they are communicated through signaling. Signaling is done through hormones and other chemicals. I'll let him get into it. And what he told me was, when that signaling breaks down, cells revert to their default. So, in other words, In my case, somehow the signaling to my pancreatic cells was interfered with. What does a cell do when it goes to its default? It replicates. The default nature of cells is to replicate rapidly. Cancer cells are not unhealthy cells. Cancer cells are the healthiest cells in your body. They're simply doing what cells do. He said to me, if you look at a cell, it's just fine if it does its job. But when it forgets where it is, or it loses signaling, problems happen throughout your body. So, Ron, what is cancer? What is cancer? Bottom line.
I'll give a little story.
Okay.
When we are a fetus, it's well known, we have webbed hands and feet. And then the webs between the fingers kind of disintegrate away, and then you end up with fingers. Some people are born with webbed hands. It's called an atavistic trait.
Okay.
Atavistic trait is something that we had in our evolutionary past that kind of reappears. Some people are born with hair all over their body. It's an atavistic trait. Cancer is an atavistic trait. All of our cells came from an ancestral history of trying to replicate faster than its neighbors. Those cells would win kind of the evolutionary gauntlet game. The faster you divide, the faster you could gather up the nutrients in the ocean. All of our cells were single cells in the ocean, trying to divide as fast as they can. And all of our cells continue to have that DNA. We don't lose traits. We just cover them up. And so what cancer is an atavistic trait of an evolutionary phenomenon that has reappeared. It basically is a default. All of our cells have to have that silenced. We don't want cells to divide unrelentingly. We want them to
know their place.
Know their place.
Yeah.
When we're born, they start dividing really fast, and then they kind of sign a contract that they're going to live for the Republic. They're going to be good servants and put the health of the Republic of cells, the 10 trillion cells that we call ourselves, along with 90 trillion bacteria that are actually part of us, and they're going to be good servants so that we can be, so that all of the cells can work harmoniously as one.
Who tells these cells what to do?
Instructions, the DNA. As we develop, the propensity to divide unrelentingly is suppressed.
Okay.
So it's always there.
Left unchecked, every one of our cells would be cancer.
Yes. In other words, the typical idea of cancer is that a cell will mutate, the DNA will mutate, and that is not true. The cells, the DNA does not mutate initially when we get cancer. What happens is that the suppression of this unrelenting division gets lifted or corrupted. In other words, we have to go back a little bit and talk about what is really important as far as us and our traits. It's not our genes so much. It's so-called genetic expression. In other words, we have maybe 20,000 genes. It's like a piano. And it's a piano with like 20,000 keys. And how many songs can you play? All life, worms have about 20,000 genes. And they actually have a couple more thousand genes than we do. Well, what makes us different than a worm is not so much our genes. You can use worm insulin and give it to a human, and it'll do almost the same thing. So it's not the genes that really make the difference. It's the way the keys of those genes, the way the keys of the
So the way genes are triggered and the way genes are used, the expression of these genes make the organism.
Exactly. And so the genes and the instructions are still there, but they're suppressed. And they're suppressed by particular molecules. We know how to do this. So-called methyl groups and acetyl groups that kind of put the brakes on particular traits. And the brakes have to be put on constantly. The propensity and the basic instincts of unrelenting division. Those brakes are always have to be placed. And
so our bodies are cancerous cells waiting to break out.
Yeah, they're like, we talked about, Siegfried and Roy. I forget which one of them. They had tigers that were in Las Vegas.
Right, white tigers.
Yeah, over 10 years they had the most popular show in Las Vegas, and they were very well trained. And every night they would go and do jump through hoops and stuff, all the stuff that they do.
Until
one day, a tiger grabbed, I think it was
whatever,
by the neck, and during a show, and dragged him off stage. He almost died.
And that tiger, that tiger is akin to one of our cells.
Yeah,
forgetting what they're supposed to do.
It just reverted to its basic instinct. It
did nothing wrong.
Yeah, it was just doing what a tiger does. The story of the was it the frog and the scorpion?
Yeah.
Okay. For the audience that doesn't know that, really quickly, a frog and a scorpion were on the edge of a lake, and the scorpion asked the frog, I don't want to really walk around the lake. It's way too long. Can you just give me a ride? And the frog says, no, I'm not going to give you a ride. You're going to sting. You're going to sting me, and we're going to both die. And the scorpion said, well, why would I do that? That would be stupid, right? I'm not going to sting you because I don't want to die. And so the frog thought about this and said, yeah, that makes sense. So, okay, I'll give you a ride. And so the scorpion got on the back of the frog and started swimming across the lake. And halfway across the lake, the scorpion stings the frog. and the frog says, why did you do that? Now we're both going to drown. And the scorpion says, well, I can't help it. This is what I do.
So cells in and of themselves want to replicate.
There's kind of a basic instinct that is suppressed. In other words, cells are not mutated into cancerous cells. They're all cancerous cells. That cancerous ability has to constantly be suppressed through very intricate networks of communication. And ultimately, as we age, just like an old telephone line, which eventually gets a hiss and a static, that communication ultimately corrupts. And when that communication corrupts, for a cell to be a pancreatic cell or a cell to be a liver cell, it reverts to its ancient ancestral evolutionary heritage of unrelenting and rapid cell division.
And so it's like a trombone player in an orchestra who stops listening to the maestro.
Yeah, and starts deciding that it can do better on its own.
And so a cell that turns into cancer doesn't turn into cancer. It just turns into what it was supposed to be, a replicating one-celled animal who then becomes 2, 4, 8, 16. I mean, in other words, all of our cells, without suppression, without instructions, would all be cancer.
Correct. And they started out that way even when we were a fetus. You have a single cell, sperm meets the egg, and they start rapidly dividing. They're basically cancer cells. All of our cells are basically cancer cells when they're first inseminated.
So when you look at a cancer cell under a microscope, does it look ugly? Does it look deformed? Does it look... The word malignant comes to mind.
Yeah.
They're just cells.
They're just cells. They're beautiful cells, very healthy cells.
They're just doing the wrong thing at the wrong place.
Yeah, they're not any longer acting for the benefit of the republic of cells. They're acting selfishly for themselves.
So we are a republic of cells.
Absolutely.
Our hormones and our whatever in our body.
Enzymes, hormones.
Tell the expression of the genes that I am Tom.
Yes. They're playing the music of Tom.
They're playing the music of Tom. They're playing the music of a human. And the other ones play a music of a hippopotamus.
Yeah.
Or the music. And when
the same genes.
The same exact genes.
It's not exactly.
I know what you're saying.
Break time, buddy.
And when they become, when the communication breaks down, they do what they want.
They do what their ancient heritage, without thinking,
tells them
that
to do.
Their default. So cancer really is a default condition. When the brakes are lifted, they go, there they go, and they just start dividing and dividing and dividing.
And we call it a tumor.
We call it a tumor. Yeah,
we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. It's incredible.
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver.
If that's,
now, impact traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by King's Hawaiian Sliders.
Yeah, we're doing pretty well leading into the lunch hours. Keep in mind the Rockies are in action here this afternoon. We do have some congestion along I-25 through downtown. Routes like Park Avenue, 20th, and certainly in the Lodo area. We're seeing a lot of traffic. I-25 has been a little slow down to the south coming up out of the Tech Center, 270 out of Commerce City, and I-70 east from Havana heading out through Pena. Even Pena, a little bit of company there, but we're not seeing any major difficulties, no problem spots. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Eli Manning here. There's nothing like football and King's Hawaiian Sliders. There's something about those soft, fluffy, irresistible King's Hawaiian Sliders that make them a winner on game day. Pick some up this weekend in the bakery or deli section of your grocery store. King's Hawaiian. There's nothing like it.
Right now, you can get a price for granite countertops or any kind of countertops on the phone. If you want granite or natural stone or you want man-made material, call the Art of Granite right now. And they may want to know some square footage, of course, and the basic shape of the counter, maybe a cell phone pic. Then you get a price. Once you like that price, it won't change. They'll come to your house, template and measure, and 3 weeks later, you have countertops. And it all starts with a phone call. That's how much they're proud of their deals. Get your price right now. 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919. theartofgranite.com. Hey, let's talk about Red Rocks Roof and Solar. Red Rocks can do a solar system for you, but it's more than just selling you a system. They install it and service it, and they know how to get it paid for if it's a commercial system. So if you have a home-based business of some kind, an agribusiness, maybe you own a strip mall or an apartment house, you want to have a commercial system, they can show you how to do it, get it paid for by the government mostly, and then make positive cash flow selling power back to the grid or to other users. Find out more from your one-stop solar shop, Red Rocks Roof and Solar. They're not just salespeople who disappear after selling you a system. They're with it all the time. 303-704-2449. 704-2449. RedRocksRS.com.
That would be good.
I love coffee.
Thank you. Okay.
If you, yeah, never mind.
I can't remember, did you use a small, medium, or large?
Large. All right, hey, thanks a lot. Sweetheart, do you want more coffee?
Mine cup is in the sink. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, so what we'll say, genetics are hard to change. So the thinking over the last 75 years, has been that cancer was a genetic disease, genetic mutations. Well, you can't really change that very easily. You can a little bit with CRISPR now, but And that's why, they haven't really been able to make much dent in cancer. But if you understand that it's not a disease of genetics per se, but a disease of genetic expression, that opens up a whole avenue, because genetic expression can be changed.
And it's being worked on right now.
It's being worked on right now. But you can also at least partially change it by altering your metabolism. Metabolism is the biggest instrument to affect genetic expression. So this information isn't. It's not just pedantic information. It's useful.
Interesting as hell. Gotta move to a wide shot. Now I want to see this shot here. Look, I control this camera here. Let me just see where your picture comes in. Oh yeah, so.
Now I'll go a little bit further. So what happens when first the genetic expression becomes altered, basically lifted, the brakes are lifted, and what you get then are colonies of cells, different colonies, different tiny colonies. These colonies then start competing with each other, and because they're so rapidly dividing, and
First Talk Station.
Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. I have Dr. Ron Rosedale with me. I've known him for some 40 years, and he looks at health totally different than most doctors and most people. And he lectures all over the world on they're not theories, they're facts. I mean, basically, if you look into what he's saying, it's fact. And let me just sum it up. Bottom line is he doesn't believe, let's just say this. Bottom line, we are a collection of cells. And really, the way those cells are arranged and the way we become an individual is through genetic expression. Genetic expression is the communication among the cells. He is saying that cancer is the default. And really, to make an organism, to make Tom or Harry or John, genetic expression must suppress cancer because all cells want to be dividing like crazy. And the expression of those cells keeps them down at the farm. As Ron put it, it keeps them working for the good of the republic. But these communications kind of get disrupted, and then a cell starts saying, wait a minute, I need to start dividing. And they start dividing, and we call them cancer. So is there a way to put the genie back in the bottle? The genetic expression got screwed up. First, I'm going to ask, is there a way to keep our signaling from getting screwed up? And then second, I'm going to ask, once it is screwed up, is there a way to reprogram that cell back to being a Tom cell in his pancreas instead of a tumor? So take it away.
First question?
The first question, can we keep our expression from being screwed up where cells start replicating and becoming cancer?
The short answer is, for the most part, we can certainly reduce the rate of corruption of communication. In the book I wrote decades ago now,
yeah,
I mentioned that all disease is at the root a problem of communication. All disease. There will be no exception to that.
Okay.
And it is the communication that has to be remedied, not the part. Medicine concentrates on the part. Like diabetes is a disease of blood sugar. You hear that all the time. Even diabetologists will say that. That is totally, totally false. And that falsity leads to really bad treatments. It isn't a problem of glucose. You don't want to just concentrate on lowering the glucose. You want to concentrate on the information that is causing the glucose to become elevated, such as insulin resistance. You need to treat the insulin resistance. You need to treat the communication, not just the glucose.
So all disease comes from a lack of communication.
Absolutely. And
Okay.
communication has to be treated.
How do I keep my communication healthy so I don't get cancer?
And as you mentioned, the communication then determines genetic expression, basically. So how do we keep genetic expression doing what it's supposed to do? Well, the biggest influence on genetic expression is metabolism. And metabolism can loosely be defined as the chemistry that turns food into life. It's really important. And that metabolism is going to be determined by very important instructing molecules. So transcription factors, hormones in multicellular organisms like us. Hormones affect the activity and the genetic expression of virtually all the cells in the body. So insulin is really important. The purpose of insulin, by the way, is not to lower blood sugar. The purpose of insulin is to allocate certain nutrients, such as glucose, and save them for a rainy day if you have too much. So if you have too much glucose, then since food wasn't available 24/7, you want to store the excess, and so you store it as fat, and so it lowers glucose as a side effect of storing nutrients for a rainy day.
So how do we stay healthy? How do we keep our expression healthy?
So you don't want to. Basically, it's using insulin as an example. It's a very simple example. If you constantly raise insulin, over and over and over again by constantly eating foods that turn to sugar, you raise insulin. Like any machine, the signal starts wearing out and you become so-called insulin resistant. Now, this is very well known. The vast majority of diabetics are insulin resistant. They don't have too little insulin, but the information of insulin isn't being heard properly. And the orchestration, the liver has to listen to insulin. If it doesn't, it makes too much sugar on its own. Muscles don't listen to insulin and they can't burn it properly, etc. Fat listens to insulin. It makes fat out of glucose. All that orchestration of what to do with the glucose becomes corrupted. And then you get sick. And this happens long before your glucose starts elevating. And so the way you fix most of these diseases is not overusing a particular signal. You don't want to overuse. You don't want to constantly rev the car or the engine's going to wear out. And so you want to keep insulin down. You don't want to. So medicine treats diabetes mostly by raising insulin. And so it's like being in a smelly room. You don't fix your inability to smell. If you've been in a smelly room for a long time, pretty soon you can't smell it. You lose the sensitivity. You don't fix it by increasing the odor. You fix it by reducing the odor. So you resensitize yourself. And that's how diabetes needs to be treated. And the way you, in many cases, they're not just insulin, but many signals become corrupted such that because they're overused. And so you want to keep the signal lower.
We rev our engines too much and we have too much communication, which then breaks down our communication.
That's correct.
What revs our engines too much? How do we keep our engines from revving?
Diet. We've been told to eat.
One time I told a person, well, I don't take cholesterol medicine. I rather control it through diet. And the nurse said, oh, you're into alternative health. Now, that's what's amazing. So eating right was the alternative to taking medicine, as opposed to medicine being the alternative. I got to take this break. We are a slave to the clock. We got more coming up. I will
now,
take Kathy's
Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by YRefi.com. Right now, we're looking at a very good drive up and down I-25 with good drive times between North Glen and the Lone Tree area. Some minor slowing with construction northbound I-25 as you make your approach to Lincoln Avenue. C-470 in good shape along the foothills. No problems on your drive through Lakewood on either direction of 6th Avenue. And I-70 is accident-free. I'm Chris McLaughlin with traffic.
Is private student loan debt ruining your life? It doesn't have to. Why Refi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they don't care what your credit score is. Just go to yrefy.com. That's YREFY.com.
When you get in an accident and you have injuries, you have questions, information is power. John Fuller is one of the few PI attorneys that talk to you before you sign up. Most want you to sign up at least, and then they talk to you. With John, you can call him right now and say, I want to talk to you. And then you talk to him about your injuries, about your accident. He'll give you advice free of charge. If you decide to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. And he continues this communication with his private cell phone that you can call or text at any time. Too good to be true? No, it's not. Give him a call. Find out. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. You've heard me talk about this attorney, and I say I hope you never need him. That's Joe Lazzara. He's a criminal defense attorney. Unfortunately, many people do need a criminal defense attorney, including massive traffic tickets or DUIs. Whatever it is that you've done wrong or made a stupid mistake, don't beat yourself up. Call Joe Lazzara. Now, let me just explain something. He'll do free initial consultations always. And then for your offense, he gives you a flat rate for the entire case. 303-429-6200. 429-6200. And as if you didn't hear enough about these guys, been around more than like 70 years. The name, Gravinas. This is a family of heritage that most companies just dream about. Gravinas has been in the business of helping people fix up their homes for years. Larry took his father's business. He also went out on his own on 950 West Evans. Now his son, Nick, joins him. This is a family affair at Gravinas. For 50 lines of windows to choose from, multiple lines of siding and doors, call 303-GRA-VINA. You're sure to find one that you like. 303-GRA-VINA or gravinas.com. Okay.
Taking it? No. No, I first talked about it. It was the first talk given to a medical audience. I was, at the time, so back in the 1990s.
By the way, what I'm going to do when I come back is I'm going to go to Kathy and talk to her about her little issue. Then we're going to have the next following hour complete, yes. The whole hour. Okay. I'm going to call. Okay, so after Kathy, I want you to hold calls and just tell them we'll call them back because I'm going to take Kathy right now.
Okay.
And then I want to talk health. I mean, this is a very rare opportunity to get him. So, is Jimmy Kimmel fired?
Suspended indefinitely.
Yeah. Wow. See, I think that. Anyway, I have a personal opinion. I think that's wrong, but. You know, conservatives are doing exactly what they said liberals did, and that is suppress free speech.
to save $50 on your full body intelligence test. That's VIOME.com. Promo code THRIVE to save $50.
Imagine cutting out the middleman when getting a new home loan. Whether it's a traditional mortgage, a reverse mortgage, a HELOC, or a refinance, CMG Financial is the leader. They're the bank. They can beat almost any rate out there. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. If you're looking for a home loan, you need to call CMG Financial. They're going to save you a ton of money. Don't let the other guys fool you. Go to partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com.
NFL is off to a wild start.
Touchdown pass number 508 for Aaron Rodgers.
And the new season lives on iHeartRadio.
Touchdown Denver.
Local stations bring you the action live.
Touchdown Chargers.
Plus, fantasy advice and expert analysis with the official NFL Podcast Network.
Everything you love about football is on the iHeartRadio app.
Just search NFL to dive in.
It's the Dan Campbell Show.
Afternoons 4 to 6.
Burton Brown wears many hats, including as cameo host for Dan, and she fills that role on Thursday.
Latest on the investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassin and whether a network of lunatic extremists aided and abetted him on the Dan Campbell Show.
Hi, Tom Martino. We're going to go back to our health discussion after the top of the hour. I want to talk to Kathy now. She has an issue with a dog in an HOA. Kathy, what's going on with you?
Well, just on September 9th, I received an email from my HOA stating that my dog is a significant safety hazard to residents and pets.
Oh,
and
wow.
is in direct violation of the city.
All right, hold on, Kathy. Hold on, and we'll have someone talk to you off the air and take this case. Hang on. I'm Tom Martino. We'll figure out what's going on with that and more health talk coming up.
Cooling, electric, and drains.
So, Kachina, who can we have talk to Kathy to get the bottom line?
Well, let's just assign it. We've got Doc here.
Okay, good. Ask Doc to talk to her right now off the air, and then what we'll do is we'll help her with the dog. She got a letter saying her dog was a significant danger to other dogs and people from the HOA. So let's find out the facts behind it, so when I talk about it, Doc will have a more concise thing to say. I want to try. I know this is more like Brown, where he just talks without calls, but I want to try to not take calls during this next hour.
Okay.
She got an HOA letter saying her dog was a danger to people and other dogs. Other.
Oh, this one's on the air?
I don't want to take it on the air right now. I want to go back to this health talk. This is HOA. And then Deputy Doc. I got Doc here. Okay, good. Hey, by the way, thank you. Was my cup not around? Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, got it.
Hey, this is Doc. So tell me what's going on. You got what did the email say?
Avocados.
Okay, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Both leaders expressing disappointment in Russia's leader for continued strikes in Ukraine. A CDC advisory vaccine panel set to vote on vaccine schedules for children over the next 2 days.
Our mouth is a factory.
Vaccine access.
Our mouth is a factory. It's just a process.
In California, we're learning more details about the body found earlier this month in the front trunk of a Tesla registered to a popular singer.
The LAPD has now searched a Hollywood Hills home where sources tell us the singer David was living. Nearby was where his abandoned Tesla was found with human remains in the front trunk. Those remains have now been identified as belonging to 15-year-old Celeste Rivas, who had been reported missing over a year ago from Riverside County. The medical examiner has yet to be able to identify how Rivas died. LAPD sources telling ABC News that is critical to know to find out if it was murder or something else. They also want to know if David had a relationship with the missing teenager. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los
Flash flood threats stretch across Southern California and into parts of Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico. Concerns centering around burn-scarred areas. And Tropical Storm Gabrielle on the move in the Atlantic, so far not posing a threat to the U.S. East Coast. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Okay, what kind of dog is it?
Kim told me you weren't feeling well, so I'm just doing a self-care check. Oh, thank you, friend. How you doing? Girl, listen, my energy was so low. I didn't eat breakfast when I got up. So I had to miss virtual yoga with y'all. Trust me, I understand. But I'm doing much better now that I've eaten, so I'm back on track. Great. In that case, let's get some steps in tonight. Okay. I'll come over and we can walk around the lake. Sounds good. Appreciate you being in my business, too. Now, let me get in yours. Did you check your blood pressure today? I did that and my squats. Okay. Okay. High blood pressure is not going to be my
Good, I'll be able to. Surefire way of getting phone calls is to is to have a guest you want to talk to. Yeah. No, I know. Now, Ron, while I don't want to edit anything you say, I want to try to be a little, so we can get more in, a little more brief on any particular topic. That doesn't mean to be cursory and shallow, but just a little more brief on, because sometimes what you do is you do wonderful. You start out on one topic and then go down a side path. So I want to concentrate on the topics and then go to another topic and do topics. I want to devote the whole hour. Again, we have 4 interruptions. One at 15, one at 30, one at 45. Well, 3 interruptions. But if we do it the right way. Now, here's the good news. If we do a podcast, none of this shit would count. We would do straight talking. And I really want to do that when you have time. God almighty. And what we'll do is just have a rough outline of what we're going to talk about so we're not all over the place. Don't you think a podcast it would be incredible like this kind of thing? I know it. You would. There are very few topics that I think deserve coverage like this. Out of the country, mostly.
Okay, what was the second incident?
For feedback? Dimitri's very intelligent, man. No, seriously.
To exaggerate like that. But I will absolutely read them and give you the comment. Well, other than myself, the person who understands this more than anybody in the world.
I've been picking his brain for 40 years, literally. I have reams of notes, reams and reams of things we share that he sends to me.
Sometimes he rests his guilt.
No, we talked about my stray. We talked about straying. Yeah, I mean, it really.
But the division.
The wrong way is not knowing who you can trust. That's why I recommend David Ellis Jewelry on 3rd and Clayton. He'll weigh it and pay. He'll even buy your fine jewelry and diamonds.
Doesn't know what life.
It's time you get to know him.
I have some ramblings, Ron's that.
Give directions to a location. I don't know what that location is or where it is.
What to do with your 401k?
Lower cholesterol.
Most of your money or retirement, and I can help.
That's really enhanced life. And no enhanced life or lengthens life. All that.
Okay, so there was no.
Death also about why it's so important to keep crime down in D.C. That plus Tricia McLaughlin from the DHS, the latest on the border, and much more on the Joe Pag Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Yeah.
just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Now that you know, I'm going to open your mic up. Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. I have a special guest here that I've known for 40 years, Dr. Ron Rosedale. He's world-renowned in medical circles, research circles, and he's been a physician to many, many, many people you'd recognize. He has a different take on health altogether. Okay, and I'm going to look at. I've been taking notes from him for 40 years, and I just want to summarize a few things. First and foremost, being an individual simply means you have a collection of cells that communicate with each other, and our genetic expression makes us human. Some other genetic expressions makes things fish, and genetic expression is what makes us who we are. When we get interference in our genetic expression, we have illness. Now, he once told me if you put 1,000 dots on a piece of paper and certain dots represent symptoms, when you circle those symptoms, people give it a name of a disease. So if you have this, 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 and this, you have this disease. And if you keep doing that, you're going to see there's a lot of overlap. He doesn't believe in a definition of disease. There's only one disease, only one. And that is a lack of communication amongst your cells. When they forget where they are, they revert to what they do naturally, which is divide. And cell division is a natural process, and we are in a constant state of suppressing this cancer to keep us living. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but he says every single cell. Tom, that pancreatic tumor you had, were those cells doing what they're supposed to do? Replicate themselves. So Ron, you also say that we have misconceptions about eating and about so many people. There's so much to talk about, but in essence, one of the highest life forms, Ron believes, are plants. Explain to me why plants are such a high life form, because I want to talk about it, and that's going to go into what we do to get our nutrition in life. Go ahead, sir.
I gave a talk, gosh, maybe 20 years ago now, I suppose. And it was to a spiritual group. This was in Germany, but it was put on by a beautiful, beautiful organization in southern India, which I've been involved with for many decades now. And most of the audience were vegetarians. Many people are vegetarians, certainly in India. And I started the talk by asking what the purpose of lungs are. And people rightfully answered, well, to take in oxygen.
Right.
We need to take in oxygen. And we need to breathe. You take in oxygen.
Yeah.
Well, what's the purpose of the heart? And they said, well, it's to
pump blood
and pump that oxygen around to the different cells. And then I mentioned other organs, et cetera. And then ultimately I said, and where do we get that oxygen? And, some of the people rightfully said, well, that oxygen comes from plants. And I said, correct. So what's more important to our health? Our lungs, our heart, or plants? And they thought about that. And rightfully, some people said, well, they're all important. They can't, one doesn't work without the other.
But you brought up something I want to just say. You said plants are the only organisms that take inanimate or things and make life.
Yeah. And so basically I also said, the plants really are an external organ. They're really part of us. We can't live without plants. None of our organs are going to work without plants. So plants can be considered an external organ.
They take energy from the sun, from the soil, from everything, and turn it into life.
So people basically just take
life.
Food. And what's the difference between food and not food? Well, all food was once life. So we eat that life and basically glue it onto ourselves. That's all we do. It's very simple.
We are parasites. I mean, we take life. in order to gain life.
Right. That doesn't take that much. That doesn't take that much genetic intelligence. Plants, on the other hand, are more genetically intelligent because they don't just steal life from other organisms. They make life out of the inanimate. They take air, soil, sunlight, and make life out of it. I mean, it's unbelievable what they can do. And
then we take that life and by eating them.
Yeah, exactly. And if you just, we once thought that, before the Human Genome Project, for instance, we thought that humans were so far above other life forms that, and much more complex, that we would have many, many more genes than other life.
But we don't.
No, we don't. We have about 20,000 genes. Worms, by the way, have about 22,000.
But I love the way you
plants have about 50,000.
I love the way you expressed this to me the other day. You said, man takes plants and eats plants, gets life. Man takes other living things and tacks it onto themselves. So we get life by taking life. And if you eat an animal, the life we're getting came from a plant. Ultimately, all life comes from plants.
Absolutely.
So when you ask vegetarians why eat plants and not animals, it's not like plants are less important. In fact, they're more important.
And the earth probably would go on just fine without animal life, but it wouldn't go on without plants, not as we know it. Not the.
And I often wondered why people feel that taking plant life is better than taking animal life when it comes to diets.
Yeah.
Because somewhere along the line, we feel plants don't feel and don't want to live and aren't really organisms.
They communicate differently, that's all. But they communicate among one another. They will communicate if there's potential harm that's going to happen, how to heal. So they communicate with their neighbors.
All life comes from plants. In fact, prescriptions and drugs come from plants. I mean, the innumerable ways plants enhance our lives. I mean, you can't enumerate it. Okay. So now we have life. We become an organism. We're living. Why am I living as a human?
You are living as a human, essentially because a human is a multicellular organism.
Okay.
So we have taken 20,000 wild animals.
Yes.
And trained them
to be a person.
To work collectively and harmoniously as one. And that's what a human is. That's what a mammal is. And that's what all multicellular organisms are.
So multicellular organisms have programming that keeps their cells being what they're supposed to be.
Exactly. And basically, put it very simply, life and therefore disease is always going to be a problem in communication.
Always.
Always. There's not going to be an exception to that.
I love the analogy you give of an orchestra leader, and the instruments are our cells or genes, and the orchestra leader tells us what we are.
Absolutely. But this has really, really important implications. The implication, it's difficult to change our genes. Now, it can be done now with CRISPR technology and stuff like that, but it's actually far easier and more practical to change genetic expression. So if we understand that disease is largely a problem in genetic expression, well, that can be treated. We can change insulin sensitivity. And that will, we can cure or at least greatly alleviate 95% of diabetics, for instance. Obesity is not due, for instance, to eating fat. It's the inability to burn fat, and whether you burn fat or not is going to be due to certain instructions from insulin and from leptin and some other important signaling molecules, and we can change that signaling.
Your message is to keep the band director healthy and the channels of communication healthy. What are our means of communication with our cells. You mentioned insulin a lot. Is that one of them?
Certainly one. I will go back a little bit, to certain basic principles.
Okay.
All cells in the body have to make a constant decision. It's like when you have an old car. You talk a lot about cars on the show. You have an old car, and it starts breaking down.
Right.
The transmission starts going.
Right.
Things like that. The engine starts going. You have to constantly make a decision. Is it more economically feasible to keep repairing that car, or do you get to the point where it's so much more expensive than to just buy a new car?
Right.
Well, cells are constantly making that decision. They're constantly deciding, should we divide or should we just repair? Should we repair what we have or should we divide? And our well-being, if we want to extend our life, if we want to be healthy and extend our lifespan, what we want more to do is repair with what we have and not divide so much. And so what will determine that decision more than anything is nutrient availability. So we have so-called nutrient sensors that will ascertain the availability of nutrients, of energy sources such as glucose, of amino acids that are necessary to build. And if they're readily available, there is then a push of growth factors. Insulin will be raised. An enzyme that's even more ancient called the target of rapamycin will be increased. And there will be a push for cells to divide and not repair itself, because you have certain energy bank account. And do you allocate that energy towards maintenance and repair, or do you allocate that energy towards replication?
And one thing I want to do before the break, you said one time that if someone says, I'm going to teach you how to live naturally, you run away from them, because you said in nature, the passing on of information is our primary goal. And once we reach the age of reproduction, nature doesn't need us anymore. Once we reproduce.
Well, almost. It needs us for a short while. We want to make sure that our progeny, our children, can stand on their own 2 feet, And so we're allocated enough lifespan so that we can take care of our children until they can stand on their own 2 feet, and then we become very dispensable.
As far as nature goes.
As far as nature is concerned.
So
nature is concerned about the perpetuation of life itself. So basically it's like
not necessarily an individual, but life itself.
Yeah.
So
basically we are 2 lives. This gets into really basic stuff. We have our information, our genetic information, and then we have the body that is holding that information. And what I analogize is like a relay race.
Once you pass on the information,
it's like, we have a baton. That baton is our genetic information. Nature is concerned about the perpetuation of that genetic information. And what we are, the so-called soma, is to take care of that genetic information. So we do our lap, we do our 400 meters or whatever.
And then pass it on.
Pass on that genetic information. And then we become dispensable. Get off the track.
So the reason he's mentioning this is we have a repair and maintenance mode because nature must keep us alive until we pass on our information. So our cells are programmed to repair and maintain and keep us at top health. That's what they want to do. It's only after the age of reproduction that they no longer care about repairing and maintaining us, because our natural way is to go away. So what you do through some of your diet and some of the things you do is to trick our bodies to remain in repair and maintenance.
Yes. What we want to do is find out what nature's secrets are that allowed us to be alive and healthy pre-reproductively and extended post-reproductively.
Right. So we want to take our bodies and trick them. So it's not natural. Natural is to die. What we want to do is trick our bodies to stay in the repair and maintenance mode. And I want you to specifically tell us how we do that trick right after this. We got more coming up.
You're great at
One of the
protecting your
mistakes
data,
that
but
you
lots
can
of
make-
places could still expose you to identity theft. If that happens, LifeLock gives you the U.S.-based restoration agent who will stick by your side from start to finish. Phone calls, filing documentation, preparing insurance claims. Your agent handles it all. In fact, they're so confident restoration is guaranteed or your money back. It's nice to have an expert like that on your side. Save up to 40% off your first year with promo code Beck at LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Sheridan Auto Tech is a repair facility that I love because they're honest, they have value, they have great parking, great location, they have longevity, they have everything you want in an auto repair facility. That's why I bring my cars there, and I urge you to take your cars to Sheridan Auto Tech. You know what? I've been a customer of Sheridan Auto Tech, so is my daughter, and everybody I know I send to SheridanAutotech.com on Wadsworth, west of on Colfax, just west of Wadsworth and Lakewood. A wonderful location, plenty of parking. That's SheridanAutotech.com. No, I mean, there is a there in talk radio. There's always the risk that you
talk above people. I know, above people's interest. Yeah, that's a hard part. People want it as simple as possible, but when you're trying to change paradigms, you have to tear down paradigm people think they know.
I know.
And that's the hard part. The hardest part is not giving the new information.
Well,
it's convincing people what they think they know is wrong.
I know. The problem is, I don't know how to put this. You're so holistic that you're starting at the fucking spark of life. I mean, you're following. It's almost spiritual, okay? Then it gets scientific, and actually you can't distinguish them between them when it's done properly, because this move, this energy, this information that we pass on is at the heart of all life. I mean, it is. And plants, I believe plants are there to serve us. Plants are fucking magical.
They're
magical.
I mean, it makes life out of the inanimate. It makes the animate out of the inanimate. And that's how much more magical.
Right.
You're taking such simple ingredients, dirt, air, sunlight, water.
And it turns it into energy. Yeah.
Not just energy.
Right. No. Right.
It's crazy, how we can do that. And that takes a lot more information. That's why plants have 3 to 4 times the genes that we do. They're much more elaborate, they're much more intelligent. You can't make life. You can't take life out of it. Scientists were trying to do that for decades. Laboratory.
From the poorest of the poor to teachers, police officers, firefighters, construction workers, CEOs, and professional athletes. If you need our help, call 303-770-5551.
Well, great that. Yeah, I know already bad, but that's how you're supposed to start.
We can go to stars. It's being in the doctor. Let's go back to the beginning. Let's erase the black belt. Let's start with nothing. Let's go back to the beginning. Formation of unity. Look at some of the basic laws allowed for the formation. There are certain laws, and they control us too. Biology. You can't ignore basic science, which never can be done since we need the medicine.
Put medicine on my I go right back. That's India. You don't know about
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
One more cooler day, temperatures tonight will be a little below average for most cities with lots of sunshine. Overnight down to the low 50s and then we're back in the easy starting tomorrow. I'm Fox 31 6-foot weather team meteorologist Kylie Worth.
Lowe's knows Sundays hit different when you earn them. So we're helping you with deals on top brands like Scott's, Boss, Cobalt, and Trex Decking. So get to Lowe's, get it done, and earn your Sunday. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL. This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary.
Area Advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
By the way, this show today, discountbath.com. When they're not here, discountbath.com. Call them, go online, get an upload link. You can do. Oh, they're not doing that right now. That'll be they're improving that. So give them a call. Go to discountbath.com. Give them a call for any bathroom remodels or bathroom expansions, even building a bathroom from the rough in the basement. 720-979-2322. Okay, so people are asking. I'm getting texts saying, I love this information, but I want to hear practically what can I do to improve my cell well, I'm paraphrasing, but I got more than a few saying, okay, we hear this. We hear that we age and die naturally after reproduction. We hear that there's a breakdown in signaling and communication. What do we do to improve our signaling? What do we do to keep our cells in our body instead of cancer? What if you had to give practical advice, what would you tell a group of high school kids? What would you tell them?
Well, our health and lifespan really is going to be determined by the decision of all the cells and the group of cells,
right,
to increase maintenance and repair,
okay,
versus replication.
Okay.
If we continue to push the force of cell division growth, then you increase your risk of cancer. Cancer is really kind of the ultimate disease. And so what we want to do is we want to suppress growth factors and increase maintenance and repair.
And this is an unnatural process because naturally we would all get cancer and die.
Correct. And ultimately we may.
Right.
But we want that to be maybe at 120, 130 years.
Right. I understand.
Not 60 and 70.
So we want to keep our bodies maintaining and repairing cells instead of simply replicating. How do we do it?
As we talked about briefly, we have nutrient sensors that can sense nutrient availability, energy availability, mostly glucose, and protein availability, amino acid availability.
And when that's plentiful, our bodies
has a push towards replication and a reduction in maintenance and repair. So we want to keep those signals low. And the major signals are going to be insulin, which we talked about.
Yes.
Which also senses amino acids, but mostly glucose.
Do we want to trick our bodies into thinking we're in famine?
Yes. That's exactly what we want to do.
See, that's what I'm getting at. I'm trying to get right to the point. So, because if your body believes there's not a lot of nutrients around and we're hurting a bit, we will then inwardly program our cells to repair and maintain what they have.
Absolutely correct. That's what happens with calorie restriction.
And calorie restriction was proven to extend lifespan.
Yeah, in many forms of animals. That's correct. And, time-restricted feeding is kind of an offshoot of calorie restriction, so-called, what do they call it? Intermittent fasting, which is not really intermittent fasting. It's really time-restricted feeding. But anyway, it works by lowering the major growth signals. insulin, leptin, and the targeted rapamycin, which is a basic enzyme that's basic kind of the switchboard that takes information from everywhere. ATP is kind of our energy currency, little batteries of energy. It determines how much ATP is available. What is the insulin level? What is the leptin level? What is the insulin-like growth factor
level? How do we do that? On a practical day-to-day basis, how do we trick our bodies into staying in a repair and maintenance mode? I know, like I said, I don't mean to demean the science. I mean, I'd love to do a 3-hour podcast with Dr. Rosedale where we don't have the time constraints of a radio show. But when we have people listening to you, I just have one saying, this is fascinating. I'm getting a lot of positive feedback. But what do I do? People are selfish. They want to know, okay, I believe you, Doc. What do I do?
What are the factors that increase the growth factors?
Exactly.
What are the nutrients that increase the growth factors? We want to keep those down. Well, glucose. Glucose increases insulin, increases leptin, increases mTOR.
So glucose is bad.
Yeah, you want to minimize glucose. Foods that turn into glucose.
What about fructose?
Fructose is bad in other ways.
Okay.
Absolutely. So then
are we saying sugar is our number one enemy?
Well, it's one of our number one enemies. I'd say there's two number one enemies.
What are they?
But glucose is simple because we don't really need so much of it. There's really no required
no
essential need to eat sugar or carbohydrates.
There's no essential carb.
No. We can make what we need, so we don't have to eat any. So basically, sort of the lower the better. In practical terms, you'll eat some. If you eat onions, broccoli, you'll get some sugar, but you don't have to have an overabundance. A potato, we talk about basics of eating. We talked briefly. You put something in your mouth, you're not really eating. You're just processing the food. When you digest it, you're chemically cooking it, and then you're feeding it to your cells, and your cells will see glucose. So when
you're fasting, you're still eating.
You're always eating, 24/7. There's no such thing.
Your cells are always eating.
Yeah. Your cells are always eating. So what we want to do is we want to eat to regulate the hormones that will tell your cells whether to burn fat or sugar. One of the things I said many, many years ago, if you want to summarize, you want something very simple.
For life.
Summarize everything about the science of metabolism, a zillion articles, is that your health and lifespan is going to be determined by the proportion of fat versus sugar you burn over a lifetime.
Wait, what?
Your health and lifespan will be determined by the proportion of fat versus sugar you burn over a lifetime.
You don't want to burn sugar.
Well, you're going to sometimes, but your sugar basically, the reason we have it is it's an emergency energy source.
It's like the nitro in a car, a race car.
You can burn it without oxygen.
Right.
And so it's very ancient.
When you have to run from a lion.
Yeah.
But once you run from the lion and you're sitting around the campfire, you want to burn fat.
We should be burning fat in our lifestyle mostly 99% of the time, but people don't.
How do we burn fat? How do we make our bodies burn fat?
By keeping insulin low, by keeping leptin low, by keeping mTOR low, and you keep those low by not eating a bunch of sugar. If you eat a bunch of foods that turn to sugar, you're going to have to burn it. Your body tries to burn it to get rid of it, really, because it glycates. It can.
So really, it's as simple as low to no carb. What about fat and protein? We'll talk about that coming right up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone.
An accident on southbound I-25 at the Thornton Parkway has the right lane and right shoulder blocked, and it's backed up traffic to 120th Avenue. That is about the worst of the drive right now on the metro area freeways. No other accidents reported. Some sluggish traffic through downtown on either direction of I-25, but no major issues there. Your 285 Drive and 6th Avenue Drive checking clear, as is I-70 now, either direction. I'm Chris McLaughlin with traffic.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Tom?
All right, the 27th of this month, it's a Saturday. I want you to sign up for this seminar we're going to be having, Barry Miller and myself, about Vestera Turnkey. That's becoming a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. Vestera Turnkey. Where you find out about this is go to mybiggestrureturn.com, mybiggestrureturn.com. It'll be from 10 in the morning till 11:15. So it's really packed with information, and you can ask whatever questions you want afterwards. That's mybiggestrureturn.com. I'll be there. Also, if you're looking right now for countertops, the Art of Granite gives prices on the phone. People say, why the heck would somebody do that? Well, theartofgranite.com does that because they know that they have great pricing. So if you want to learn more about the Art of Granite, call them. They will come out to your house, template and measure if you like the price, and then 3 weeks later install countertops. Tear out and haul away is always free, and wholesale on all countertop materials, whether natural stone or man-made. Call them right now, 303-386-5919, 386-5919. The time restraints of radio suck, but man, that's why we need to do a podcast, outline it, and go through a very logical progression. No, it would be.
Okay, so to get down to the nitty gritty, two major nutrients that determine whether a cell upregulates maintenance and repair versus cell replication, which is really kind of the driver more towards cancer, is going to be glucose and protein.
Okay.
So
Okay, that's great.
And so glucose is easy to keep down because there's no lower limit really of eating it. And basically what you don't want is a food that gives you like a big bolus of glucose, like potato, rice, cereal. And protein, though, is more difficult because we have to have some protein. But that's the one you don't want too much. Too much is bad, too little is bad. Kind of like Goldilocks porridge. You want to have just enough. Not too much, not too little. And that's going to be determined by a person's lean mass and activity level. Activity level also includes growth versus still growing, if they're still pregnant. Typically, it'll be around between 50 and 70 grams per day. Average person. All right there. That's really
People who suffer from long-term chronic joint pain spend so much of their time acting, putting up a carefree front. It's exhausting.
How much fat?
Rick Rollins didn't want everyone else to know that he was coping with agonizing shoulder pain 24/7.
Well, then
But then Rick found QC Kinetics, offering new lasting treatments for joint pain using natural biologics. Treatments designed to restore and repair joint tissue with no drugs, no surgery, no downtime. The results are amazing.
I am very glad.
It changed
my
life.
life.
Doing QC
Even death.
The cranky Rick is gone. He's not grouchy anymore.
No more acting. Feel like yourself again. Call to QC Kinetics. Call QC Kinetics. 303 900
Right.
303
Takes longer.
900
So how does one ensure? Show the hormones. Another important concept is by obesity. People don't get fat because they eat fat; they get fat because they can't burn it. And whether you burn fat or sugar is going to again be determined by hormones. So if you want to burn fat, you got to keep insulin low, or you have to keep that low. Those are the two biggies.
I wish we could get together with Steve and Kimberly. Well, you're welcome to. I have to go to that fundraiser, and I would come over afterwards. But I mean, I don't.
We can do that tomorrow. I really said I'm going to see my sister
Tonight. Oh, okay. Okay, no, you're right. I did say maybe tomorrow we can get
Back
together.
guarantee. Don't let bad breath ruin the moment.
Hurt in a car crash? Get John Fuller on your side.
Kimberly is
Call
a-
Fuller.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. I've been getting so many texts saying, listen, we love what this doctor has to say. It is very forward thinking. In fact, very universal thinking. It really is. I mean, it goes so far beyond I have a sore this or sore that. But we were asking, okay, the bottom line is our bodies go through an aging process naturally. We are naturally made to reproduce and die naturally. We are. That's just the way it is. We artificially have extended lifespans, but how do you trick your cells into repair and maintenance so they don't go into the replication process? Replication process later in life turns into cancer. So how do we trick our bodies? Dr. Rosedale said one of the things is you don't give it glucose or carbs. Why does that trigger our bodies to go into repair and maintenance?
Well, there are two major nutrients that are necessary for cells to replicate, as glucose and proteins, or amino acids. And so
you want to limit those.
You want to limit those. Now, as far as limiting carbohydrates, that's easy because there's no required intake.
We don't need it.
We don't need it. So
we do not need one carb
from the moment we were a fetus. Really.
Okay. Now, what about protein? Should we eat more protein?
Yeah. So that's the key. Protein is the hard one because we have to have some. So too little is bad. Too much is bad. And proteins will increase growth factors. It'll increase insulin, increase leptin. So we eat to control the hormones that will determine whether we have maintenance, repair, or growth.
So how much protein?
For most people, it'll be somewhere between 50 and 70 grams of the protein, not of the food. So you eat a piece of meat, maybe 40% of it is protein. You have sugar and you have fat in it. So it's not just the weight of the meat. People have to understand that. So if you look at the actual protein content, so a piece of meat, for instance, whether it be fish, beef, doesn't matter, chicken, about the size of your palm, most people's palm, will be about 20 grams of protein. About the size of a deck of cards will be about 15 grams of protein. An egg has about 6 or 7 grams of protein.
And so you don't want to overdo protein, but you need some of it.
You need some. And it'll be determined by your lean mass. What's the weight of your muscle and bone, not your total mass. If you got a bunch of fat, it doesn't need to be made.
So let's say our lean mass is 150.
Oh, that's a lot.
Oh, it would be. You wouldn't have.
We're talking about kilos. Oh, kilograms.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Or you can say 150. 150 is about 70 kilos. So then if you are a moderate...
rule of thumb.
Yeah, rule of thumb, moderate exerciser, maybe about 1 gram of protein per kilo of lean mass.
Okay, 1 gram of protein per kilo of lean mass.
Yeah, average exercise, average size. You need more if you're pregnant. You need more if you're a child.
What about fat?
Fat is kind of a neutral... fat does not raise insulin. Fat does not raise leptin. And there's reasons for it I won't go into now. It kind of is under the radar. So you can eat fat without raising any of the growth factors, which is why it's good. And so if you have to eat something to satiate your hunger, but when we talk about eating, again, we don't eat by putting food in our mouth. It's what our cells eat.
Yeah.
So when you're not putting food in your mouth, colloquially known as not eating, you're eating, you're going to be eating. And what we want to do is we want to eat
burn fat,
our stored fat, the fat we have in our belly.
So if we limit carbs and limit protein to the proper amount, will our body start burning fat?
Yes. People get fat not because they eat it, but because they can't burn it. And you can't burn it if insulin is high or if leptin is high. Then it inhibits you from burning fat. So if you keep them low,
why does our body? So what you're saying is excess carbs and protein are burned first.
For the most part, yes.
And so if you limit those, we will turn to fat.
Yeah, will turn to burning fat. You mean?
Right, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Stored body.
Yeah, stored body fat. So you eat 24/7. Your cells eat 24/7. No such thing as fasting. And what we want to do is we want to eat to regulate the hormones that will tell us whether to burn fat or sugar. We want to burn fat.
Speaking of fasting, does it do any good?
Well, it does. Basically, it eliminates or it allows you to recover from mistakes in your diet. So if you've been eating a bunch of shit all day long,
we got a next step.
Got it.
You got it? Okay.
Got it.
So if you're eating a bunch of crap all day long, then what?
Yeah. Then you want to recover from it. And so fasting then allows the insulin to come down and the leptin to come down so that you can start burning fat. That's really the major benefit of so-called fasting. Better not to eat it in the first place, and you don't have to make it come down. Keep your insulin low, keep your leptin low.
And you are fasting all the time, kind of. I mean, you're getting the benefits of fasting by doing that all the time.
Well, you're getting more. It's above fasting. You're not having to repair mistakes. You haven't made the mistake in the first place, so-called preventive medicine.
All right. I have to take this break. More coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Zenshi Handcrafted Sushi.
An accident on southbound I-25 at the Thornton Parkway has the right lane and right shoulder blocked, and it's backed up traffic to 120th Avenue. That is about the worst of the drive right now on the metro area freeways. No other accidents reported. Some sluggish traffic through downtown on either direction of I-25, but no major issues there. Your 285 drive and 6th Avenue drive checking clear, as is I-70 now, either direction. I'm Chris McLaughlin with traffic.
Attention sushi lovers, $5 Sushi Fridays has come to a Safeway near you. Get $5 off on select favorites, California roll, avocado salad roll, spicy salmon roll, and more. Don't miss out. Zenshi Handcrafted Sushi. Quality sushi made fresh daily at a great price.
I hope you don't need Joe Lazzara. He's a criminal defense attorney. It might mean you did something stupid. It might mean that you were falsely accused, or you got into some kind of a conflict with a neighbor. Maybe it's a DUI or a traffic offense. Here's my thing. I'm not going to preach to you. I'm just going to tell you, when life is not perfect, if you need him, he's available. We've done the shopping for you. Never shop under pressure. Joe Lazzara, Lazzara. You can find him at referralist.com or call him for free initial consultations and flat rate pricing for the entire case, 303-429-6200. Hey, Gravina's has the greatest windows, and when we say that, what we really mean is the greatest selection of windows, 50 lines. How many people carry 50 lines of a product? So you're never going to be forced into one or two lines that may not be apropos for your situation. You're going to have a vast selection. They also have many selections of doors and siding. If it's for the outside of your house, you can trust Gravina, a heritage that most companies just dream about. Gravina's, Gravina, 303 Gravina. I love this show. This is good. I just wish we didn't have so many interruptions.
That's all right. So we can summarize. We have 10 minutes left?
Oh, yeah, probably. Or maybe 6.
Okay. We can summarize.
I'll let you summarize.
Yeah.
3.
3 minutes left? Oh, my God. All right, I'll let you talk the whole time. I'm getting those.
Oh, God, wait, I misunderstood. I get it now.
You didn't get talking very much today.
No.
Usually Tom tries to get, our guests a lot of radio time.
Yeah, that's okay.
I think, but he's enamored of this guy.
Yes.
Hey, Doc, there's a reason. It's called fucking science.
He's not listening. He's got his headphones off, walking away.
I think Doc would rather that we just prescribe an antibiotic.
So YouTube says you have a fighter pilot mustache. Have you heard that before?
No.
Okay.
Fighter pilot.
Take it easy, Chris.
All right, we'll see you, Doc.
So what's going on with do you think Kimmel will be canceled completely, his show?
That's terrible.
He's already said if they invite him back, he's going to quit.
He is?
Yeah, he's already stated that.
Woohoo!
You too, buddy. See ya.
All right, bye.
You know, I swear to God, they were just saying, people were saying that, Charlie Kirk should be able to say anything he wants. And I believe that. And I also believe Jimmy Kimmel should. I don't know why I want to hear what's on people's minds. I want them to say everything on their mind. Everything. I want everyone to speak their mind. Then I know where they stand. I like that.
It's part of the Constitution.
I like it. Now they can say, well, it's private enterprise. We're allowed to cancel the show. That's true. But you know what? It seems like contrary to what. Okay, we were just arguing. I was just arguing, and it was true that liberals under Joe Biden tried to fucking censor speech. They tried to censor all kinds of speech, especially when it came to COVID and all that bullshit. And now, the conservatives are doing the same thing.
On steroids. I'm not talking about you're angry with the cat. It's an Italian, that's an Italian.
Oh, let me go get that.
One can supplement protein, fat, and you went to a whole bunch of fat sources that also have some carbohydrates. Did you pick those sources specifically so they have very low carbohydrates? In fact, so low that they wouldn't make the carbohydrates ratio that you carbs. He does.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Don't forget discountbath.com. That's discountbath.com. Chris, I appreciate you being here. Dr. Rosio, by the way, people listening, I'm just going to tell you something. Sometimes there's things that need to be discussed. I'm so tired of politics and all that BS. What I just thought health is very important, especially with my fight with cancer and all of that. Ron, if you're going to sum things up, let's talk about it. I mean, you're all about health and life and longevity. So how would you like to end things here? And I promise, I'm going to do a podcast soon and put it on my YouTube channel. But go ahead, sir.
Well, I think we began the discussion talking about the importance of genetic expression. And that's exactly true.
Right, to keep us healthy.
And one of the most important genetic expressions is maintenance and repair. So we want to direct genetic expression towards maintenance and repair.
We want to make our bodies repair and maintain our cells instead of replicating them. Instead of keeping the danger of cancer alive, we want to do repair and maintenance.
And that genetic expression is going to be regulated by hormones and enzymes, particularly insulin and leptin.
Okay.
And if we keep them low, we increase maintenance and repair. And not coincidentally, we also increase the burning of fat. And when we burn fat as opposed to glucose, your cells are kept much healthier. Not just your cells, but more importantly, the instructions among the cells to keep us a cohesive republic of cells.
Burning fat is much less destructive than burning other fuels.
Exactly. And it also then limits excessive growth, excessive cellular division. By increasing maintenance and repair, we reduce excessive cellular division, which ultimately is kind of a drive towards cancer. So we reduce the risk of cancer.
That's why when people get older, people said if you live long enough, you'll get cancer. That's true.
That is true. Ultimately, the signals that keep cancer under control, that basically keep our wild animal cells behaving properly, will corrupt. And as those signals corrupt, you get Siegfried and Roy wild tigers that will bite you.
You'll have cells doing what they do by default.
Exactly.
And that is to replicate and eventually take over the host and kill you.
Right.
So our cells are all waiting to be cancer.
Yeah, to some extent, you could think of it that way.
Yes.
That's their instinct. That's their basic instinct that has to be constantly suppressed.
So the balance of life right now, I hear you saying, is the balance of cancer suppression and repair and maintenance.
Yes, you could say that.
And it's done through, you're a big believer in diet, of course, because that's what you are, what you eat.
Well, that's probably the most powerful source of genetic expression that we have. Our major metabolic nutrient sensors that we know regulate maintenance and repair or not, and insulin and leptin. So we should eat to control insulin and leptin, and we do that by minimizing excessive carbohydrates. You don't want a big bolus of sugar. Like a potato would just turn into a whole bunch of sugar, raise insulin, raise leptin, and so growth and reduce maintenance and repair.
Low carb, moderate protein, high fat.
High fat also can come from your own belly fat.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
Not necessarily eating it.
Yeah.
You once said, you are what you do not excrete.
Yeah. People say you are what you eat. No, you are what you don't excrete.
Okay. Anyway, I'm going to have a podcast soon on this. But anyway, we're out of time. Remember, 303 Martino, save all your problems for me.
Are you clear, buddy? See ya.
Thank you,
Follow
man.
Tom Martino at Real Time.
God, that was